Hello, we interrupt programming with some shocking breaking news. There has been a mass shooting at Bondi Beach. 7 News understands 2 gunmen have been apprehended. Several members of the public have been injured. There are grave fears for others, but at this point it is too early to confirm there have been any deaths. We do know there was a Hanukkah celebration in the area this evening that commenced at around 5 o'clock. Let's go live now to our reporter Rex Quayle, who is at Bondi. Rex, what more can you tell us?
Hey Fergo, so it was only about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, multiple shots ran out. Reports of up to 50. Reports of 2 gunmen up on the bridge. I can't think you can really see it over there, but on the bridge, just in front of the beach, they ran up, started firing into a Hanukkah festival. It's a pretty gruesome scene. There's people crying, there's people calling out for missing loved ones, there's people being treated behind me for some quite gruesome injuries. We can't tell how many are dead. We can't give that to you at this stage, but yes, there are. It is a pretty devastating scene. And the ambulance here, I don't know if you could just show my FaceTime got back on me. There is just heaps of people, ambulances, people crowded around. Fergo, yeah, a lot to be confirmed at this stage, but pretty horrible.
Rex, we have heard from multiple sources that up to 50 shots were fired, and from vision I've seen, those gunmen were very close to the sand there at Bondi Beach. What is happening with those that have been? What is happening with those that have been injured right now?
They're being treated. They're being treated. There's people crying. I've seen some people with bandages, blood all over their bodies. People unresponsive. People not moving. They're being treated. I can see some oxygen masks being taken out. Ambulances is quite frantic. You can hear screams. Sorry, I'm with the news. We cannot confirm, like you said, we cannot confirm how many are dead, but it is some serious issues. From what we're just hearing, there's reports of 4 dead. Again, can't confirm that, but yes.
And Rex, we're seeing vision now of people absolutely fleeing from the scene, running from the sand, running through the streets. It must be sheer bedlam down there.
Just absolute panic. I've walked past families that are crying, families that are hugging their kids, families that are just calling out for loved ones. It's horrible. It's horrible. We can confirm that there's been 2 gunmen that have been arrested. These gunmen, as you can see on the screen, they were apprehended a short time ago. It's just a very, very frantic scene right here. There are hundreds of people, thousands of people here on Bondi Beach, trying to figure out what on earth is going on. And yeah.
From the vision we're seeing there, Rex, it would seem the police are trying to save the lives of those 2 gunmen, while passers-by, people that witness this horrific scene, are attacking those men lying on the ground, and police are trying to keep them away.
Yeah, we heard that the police were shooting back at the 2 gunmen. We heard that there was a bit of a confrontation right here on this busiest street, on Bondi Beach. They were attacking back. I saw people flinging chairs and people running away. It looked like there was some sort of conflict going on, like when I got here. There was. The police definitely were shooting back. So, all quite terrifying for all these people who were literally just enjoying a Saturday night here on Bondi. There's people who are at the restaurants across the road, on the beach having a swim. People enjoying the festival, the Hanukkah festival that was here, and yeah.
All right, Rex, we appreciate it. We'll come back to you as soon as we possibly can. I think we've just seen vision of 2 gunmen on the bridge overlooking Bondi Beach shooting down towards the sand. It is hard to believe what we're seeing, hard to believe the vision that is coming into the newsroom right now. Tom Saker is here beside me. Tom, what are you hearing, the latest from down there?
We're hearing, Mark, that from a paramedic on the scene is saying that at least 10 people have been injured. Unconfirmed as to how many people are casualties at this point, possibly as many as 4, maybe more, and that may include children. We could see there from the vision that the gunmen chose that bridge, and they were very close to North Bondi, where a Hanukkah festival is happening. Today is the beginning of Hanukkah, and there were families taking part in that. And you can obviously see it was also an incredibly beautiful day at Bondi Beach, absolutely packed to the brim, full of people enjoying this summer holiday weather. And they've just had the absolute fright of their lives, and some of those people's lives have been changed forever. I'm also hearing, and I have to stress that this is unconfirmed as well, that there is possibly another shooting happening now at Dover Heights, which is about 10 minutes or less just up the road. Also a very big Jewish area, which would fit with the sort of maybe the theories that we have at the moment targeting the Hanukkah festival. That's what I'm hearing on the ground so far, Mark.
You know Bondi very well, and we've seen vision of two gunmen standing on that bridge. Just how close would they have been to a Hanukkah celebration that was probably taking place down there on the sand?
They're very close. Just behind that bridge there is a little park, which I imagine is where the Hanukkah festival may have been taking place. So incredibly close range. You can see in that arrest vision as well, they're huge shotguns that were next to them, and they are commonly used at very short range as well, with their shells littered around them. That man trying to attack one of them as well as the police have them in custody and also try to work on them as well. Unconfirmed reports at this stage as well that at least one of those gunmen has passed away. At this time of the afternoon, 5 o'clock, it's peak time on a Sunday in Bondi at this time of year, and with that festival happening as well. So it's all in very close proximity, and with such wide open spaces, not many places to hide as well. So you have to go, up to the road, into the houses and into the streets of Bondi to get away. And I'm sure a lot of those people who we can see now would not really know what was happening, only hearing those dozens and dozens of gunshots ringing out.
There is no doubt this is unfolding as a targeted attack. There is no doubt it was targeted towards the Jewish community on what is a very, very special day for them. If we're hearing that they were that close with high-powered weaponry, firing up to 50 shots, very sadly, very soon we are going to hear that some lives have been lost.
We're at the very, very beginning of this breaking news event, and obviously we're very familiar with the Bondi stabbing and how much that developed in just the space of a few hours. Our reporters are there right now. We have about half a dozen on their way there or are there at the moment trying to figure everything out, and I think once everything comes to light we're going to know a lot more, and I think this is unfortunately going to become more horrible sort of by the minute, really, Mark.
All right, Tom, I'll come back to you very soon. Let's go back to Rex Quayle, who's on the scene down there at Bondi Beach. Rex, what do you have for us?
Hello again. I've just been speaking with a few more people. They saw that I spoke to one gentleman who said he saw at least 3 people die in front of him. There's reports of four behind me. I'm not going to show it, but behind me in this scene, we can see that what very much looks like someone that has passed away.
Okay.
Numbers are unconfirmed at this stage, but yes, we can confirm that there has been some deaths.
And Rex, in the midst of this tragedy, we must presume at this stage that some young children have been caught up in this massacre.
I can't confirm if any young children have been hit, but there were definitely children at this festival. That's a given. I saw families hugging each other in tears, kids crying about saying that they were trying to run away and flee the scene. I cannot confirm if any kids have been caught or hit or injured, but I can confirm that yes, there are some kids here. What it looks like is there was some kids on the festival. There was some kids animation being played. So we heard one person say that it was a children's Jewish festival. Again, I don't have the absolute latest view on that one, but that's what people have been telling me on the ground.
And we're seeing pictures, Rex, of people fleeing the scene, running as far from Bondi Beach as they possibly can, as quickly as they can. But on the other side, I'm sure the police presence and the emergency services heading into that area must be overwhelming by now.
Oh, everywhere. They've absolutely swarmed in this last 45 minutes to an hour. There's too many to count. Too many to count. There are police, there are ambulance, there are trucks everywhere. There are paramedics, the lifesavers. I've seen people throwing on their life-saving stuff. It looks like some volunteer lifeguards who are, just dining nearby. Volunteer ambos as well, coming out, throwing on their stuff. It is absolutely everywhere. There is a serious emergency response here.
And if the gunman's intention was to create absolute fear and absolute loathing on what is a very famous stretch of Australian sand, it has been achieved this evening.
It certainly seems that way, Mark. Again, cannot confirm a motive, cannot confirm anything else except for the fact that these two shooters shot on a sacred day, an important day for the Jewish community in one of the most populated Jewish areas of the city. Yes.
Rex, thank you. Tom, this is not only sending shockwaves right through Sydney, right through Australia, but there'd be another reason why this massacre has taken place on Bondi Beach. It is perhaps the most famous stretch of sand anywhere in the world. Yeah,
it's iconic, and if they are talking about that Hanukkah festival being the main target for these gunmen, it's also an incredibly important place for Jewish people to congregate who, you know, so many of them, thousands of Jewish people live across Bondi and around that area. And it is iconic. You can see, I mean, I've seen videos and I've heard the gunshots ring out as well from, you know, several hundred metres away, and you can see people. There's one of those gunmen right now, you can see. If we can just go back to one of those videos where they're going over the bridge and just listen to those shots being fired out and the eerie sort of silence that follows. It's hard to believe that this is Bondi Beach. It's hard to believe this is Sydney. It's hard to believe this is Australia. I myself used to live down there for several years, and I'm getting messages for people checking that I'm okay. I know several people who are living down there at the moment, and I'm checking if they're okay. Unfortunately, we do know that not everyone is okay, and it doesn't look like that everyone will get out of this safely. It is an incredibly horrific scene, as Rex has showed us as well, with several people being worked on, having their lives, trying to be saved by several paramedics on site, but some of those people might not be so lucky. And to just stroll into Bondi, at least two gunmen with a huge gun, lots of ammunition. You saw around their belts as well just how much ammunition they had. They clearly had a motivation in mind going to that, what we think is a Hanukkah festival. All of that ammunition you could see littered around them with backpacks and those ammunition belts as well. They came into this with a clearly pre-organised and predetermined goal, and that looks like one of the RSLs or restaurants down at North Bondi. People taking cover. Obviously, just incredibly shocking situation. Yeah, look at that sheer panic, and very sadly, the reports are just getting worse by the minutes. We are now hearing, unconfirmed, but there have been multiple deaths, multiple people with critical injuries, and paramedics and emergency services are trying to save lives as we speak. But a number of lives have been lost, unconfirmed that number, but the reports coming in from Bondi Beach are getting worse. Let's go back to Rex Quayle, who remains at the scene. Rex, what more do you have?
Virgo, we can confirm that there has been some casualties. We can confirm that at this stage. Again, I've seen some people being lifted into ambulance trucks, being worked on. Sorry, we're with the news, sorry. Yeah, look, it's pandemonium. It's absolute pandemonium. And yes, we can confirm that there have been some deaths.
Any confirmation
Reports of multiple deaths.
Any confirmation at this point, Rex, that children are among those victims?
No confirmation at this stage, from what I can hear. But we will have more on that for you.
All right, Rex, thank you. Tom,
thanks.
You mentioned not so long ago that there was some report of a second shooting, perhaps at Dover Heights. Is there any more detail on that?
At the moment, very early stages. Lots of talk on social media and from people that I know in the area saying stay inside. They're hearing gunshots as well in Dover Heights. Again, this is not confirmed, but if you are in Dover Heights watching, perhaps a good idea just to stay inside anyway. It's very close to Bondi, a very strong Jewish area, and it looks like, from what we can see, that there was a Jewish festival in North Bondi. again, unconfirmed reports, lots of people talking on social media and people that I know in North Bondi and in the Vaucluse, Dover Heights area in the eastern suburbs of Sydney that there may be a second shooting. So if you are in that area, please stay inside.
Tom, so much work has been done over the last year or so. There have been graffiti attacks, there's been vandal attacks. So much work has been done to try and bring a sense of peace and a sense of ease between the Jewish community and other communities within Sydney. And now we're looking at these unbelievable scenes of a gunman on the bridge above Bondi Beach.
Yeah, graffiti, lots of targeted attacks. Nothing quite compares to this and the scale of this. And as we said before, we're only going to know this in a few days' time, and just how bad this might be. A lot of the subjects of those targeted attacks have been in the area of Bondi, Dover Heights, Vaucluse, specifically targeting Jewish people. Today, as we said earlier, it is the beginning of the Hanukkah festival, which is the Jewish equivalence of a Christmas festival. Lots of children, families at North Bondi Beach celebrating what is supposed to be an incredibly happy time, now having to deal with what looks to be several severe and horrible tragedies.
Yeah, a very special day that has been absolutely torn apart down there at Bondi Beach this evening. And not just the Jewish community, not just that Hanukkah celebration down there. Bondi Beach on a beautiful Sunday evening is an iconic place to be, a very special place to be, and the beach, the boardwalk, the streets, the cafes, they all would have been packed.
It's hard to see now how anyone can go back to Bondi and not think of what it's going to feel like. And we know that for the people that were there on that day of the mass stabbing attack in Bondi Junction, anyone who's gone back into the mall there at Bondi Junction, certainly would feel a bit uneasy in that space. And that was a random attack. And this is a targeted attack at, what is probably the world's most famous beach. So this is going to change Bondi forever, I would have to say.
It sure is. And again, we are waiting for confirmation. We are hearing the worst of reports that are coming in, but we are waiting for confirmation to ascertain just how many victims are down there, just how many lives have been lost. We do believe one of the gunmen is deceased in a shootout with police. We have seen police working on one of those gunmen as they lay prostrate on the path there. We've seen people with tensions running very high, trying to kick one of those gunmen, and police trying to keep them away while they try to save a life. We do not know how many children have been caught up in this tragedy, but we do fear that number is going to rise as details come in. Tom, Sunday night, Bondi, a very, very packed place, and I'm guessing now, as more and more of the emergency services come in, those that could flee have certainly fled, and the place is really emptying out, as we can see now.
Yeah, it would be certainly a lot more empty than what it was at 5 o'clock when we believe this all started to unfold. From what we saw from Rex a little bit earlier, there's quite a big crowd hovering around the scene there at North Bondi, at the little park just behind the sand at Bondi Beach, where the Hanukkah festival we think was happening. But for anyone who is down there or knows someone down there, probably still a good idea to stay inside and go for shelter. With what we're hearing, that this certainly could be an active situation. Yes, we still don't know if there could be more.
Rex Quayle has been down at Bondi Beach for the last hour or so and has been filing reports for us. Let's go back to Rex now. Rex, you've been speaking with more witnesses.
Yeah, just as I said last time, absolute pandemonium. Where we're seeing what they have been telling us that they've been hearing shots, they've been hearing people yelling, people screaming, people being treated by paramedics with blood all over them. We've heard from one person that he saw himself 3 people die. Earlier, I was on that just foreshore, that grass area over there. I witnessed what looked like some people dying there. Again, cannot confirm the number, but we have been hearing people say that they saw people die. They saw people get shot in front of them, being treated by paramedics with blood all over them, multiple gunshot wounds, and up to 50 shots, 2 shooters just spraying randomly into the crowd. And then they ran down from the bridge. Excuse me, sir. Did you see what happened?
You already interviewed me. You asked me this question.
Okay. Can you tell us what you what you saw?
We were there near the rock climbing board. We could hear like extremely loud firecrackers, and I noticed like it's very loud. And but we have firecrackers, concentration and things around. I saw a dead person, and then I saw my nephew on a rock climbing board. So I just ran there. And I just hugged him and tried to disconnect. We were hiding behind the rock climbing board. And I literally, the bullets were flying all the time. They were shooting.
The bullets went right past you?
I don't know, like you could hear where maybe there was mayhem. All I could think about nephews, my son, where he is.
Where are they? Are they safe?
Yes, they're all safe, thanks God. But that was real.
And did you see people who were shot, people who were hurt and injured?
Yes, there are dead people. Yes. That's the reason why I ran, because I turned around and this person fell and there was a lot of blood. And straight away, I just need to know, kids out. If it wasn't for kids, I would maybe like, but for kids, I took the kids and I ran out. We were hiding behind the rock climbing thing under the wheel because I couldn't disconnect his harness. And it was too dangerous to run, so we were lying. Then my sister ran because it's her son. We were lying with the wheels behind the rock climbing. Thanks God. Thanks God we survived it.
Was it? We've heard reports that it was a children's Jewish festival. Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, it is. That's correct. This is Jewish. This is Hanukkah. Hanukkah is primarily for kids. There were a lot of kids celebrations. There was a lot of things for kids like bubbles and animals and rock climbing for kids, small board, and face painting. Normal. There were a lot of kids. There probably was maybe like 100 kids, and of course adults looking.
Can you tell us? Sorry, there's a car coming. Can you tell us? Did you see any children get hurt?
I don't know, but I know the person behind me. They were under the car, and she was shot. I know somebody who was shot in the leg. There was a dead person lying behind me. She's still lying there. Sorry, mate. I'm a little bit overwhelmed.
No, that's okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from 7 News.
Okay, what I want to go and do? You Channel 7. I just want to say something. What just happened here? It just was Australia was a breeding ground. When in 2023, straight after 7th of October, on the 8th of October, in Australia, there was celebration of innocent people being killed.
Thank you. Stay safe.
You don't want to say this?
No. Thank you. Thank you very much. Stay safe. Stay safe, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
How can I be safe when kids get attacked?
I know. Thank you. Look, you can see.
Rex Quayle there talking to a witness, understandably very upset at what they have just seen unfold on Bondi, talking about people next to them being shot, children involved in that attack. It is absolutely unbelievable. I must quickly say that there have been reports of a second shooting at Dover Heights. That is not confirmed and not believed to have taken place. So that is some good news on what is a very, very dark day for Sydney. We have a statement just in from Premier Chris Minns. The reports and images coming out of Bondi tonight are deeply distressing. Police and emergency services are responding and the public should follow official advice. From the Premier, we will update the public as soon as we have more information and as soon as that information comes available. We also have a spokesperson for the Prime Minister. We are aware of an active security situation in Bondi. We urge people in the vicinity to follow information from New South Wales Police. Now, police say several people are being treated for injuries. Both gunmen have been apprehended. We understand one of those gunmen has been killed. That is an unconfirmed report. But from what we have seen down on Bondi Beach over the last hour or so, one gunman certainly seems to have lost their life. And we are yet to confirm just how many more people have lost their lives in what is unbelievable scenes down there at Bondi, Tom. That eyewitness, understandably irate, very upset at what they have seen, and this is going to fuel so much anger, not only in the Sydney community, but around the world.
I think so, and, you know, being Bondi Beach, the location, which is the most famous beach arguably in the world. That the man's sorrow in his voice was clear to tell. And everyone down there, you can imagine, would just be so shocked and rattled by what has happened. This will no doubt make global headlines, not only for the fact that it is Bondi, but a mass shooting in Australia is such a rare thing. And these are just horrible, horrible pictures on such a beautiful afternoon where families are enjoying themselves and friends. In Bondi, and what they should be entitled to do on a Sunday afternoon. At least 2 men have come in there with huge shotguns and plenty of ammunition, and they've changed Bondi forever, Mark.
And what they have also done is targeted the most innocent children celebrating a very special day on the Jewish calendar, and they have opened fire on them at very, very close range.
Very close range. That grassy sort of area just behind the bridge where you could see the shooters just on the bridge taking aim with those big shotguns. And it does sound like there were children there at the time, although again we can't stress enough unconfirmed reports of children being involved, but certainly families there. Just behind the park and just right where those trees are behind the bridge, that is where the park is. So incredibly close range. And that is the same place where they were arrested as well, where that sort of second angle where you can see them on the ground being arrested and worked on by police. So police obviously have done as much as they can and done a very, very good job to get to them at that point, given that may be where they started shooting. So some very brave police work there. We do have that the report as well of the Dover Heights shooting. That has been confirmed as not happening, so that is some good news, mate.
That is good news, but you can understand the panic that must be sweeping through not only those people that witnessed this and those people down on the sand this evening, but through the wider eastern suburbs community, which includes Dover Heights.
Yeah, I mean, Dover Heights is going to feel this. The whole eastern suburbs is going to feel this. This is Bondi Beach, Australia's most famous beach. A Jewish festival taking place for the beginning of Hanukkah, which appears to be the target. And this will no doubt make global headlines. And as we, learn more and more information, we're probably not going to like what they see.
No, it is unbelievable. We can confirm earlier reports that there was a second shooting at Dover Heights. Those reports were incorrect. That is some good news that we are getting through. 2 people are in custody at Bondi Beach. However, the police operation is ongoing and they are continuing to urge people to avoid the area if possible. Our sources confirm on the ground that at least 3 people have died. We are concerned that those numbers may rise as the evening progresses, but there are confirmed reports that 3 people have died. I can't confirm at this stage whether one of those 3 is one of the gunmen. Both gunmen have been apprehended. Unconfirmed reports that one of those gunmen is dead. Several people have been injured. But we do believe that there are more than several, and there have been numerous paramedics and numerous police down there this evening trying to save lives, working on people that have been shot at close range, working on their injuries and doing the very best they can to make sure the death toll from this horrific event is as low as possible. Tom, we've spent some time talking about the Hanukkah festival. We've spent some time talking about what an important day it was for the Jewish community. But on a Sunday evening, there are Aussies, Sydney-siders, people, international travellers from all walks of life.
Yeah, I mean, this is Australia's tourist hotspot, it's particularly this time of year. People from around the world congregate and flock to Bondi Beach, and on a day like today, which was, perfect weather, as you can see with that, beautiful sunrise. Unfortunately, the scene in the foreground is absolutely shocking. You can see the Bondi lifeguards there, obviously chipping in. They would have been right there at the scene. Trying to help the police, paramedics do anything they can, obviously trained in first aid, but with the firepower that these men appear to have had, it appears that, there's only so much you can do against that kind of firepower. But everyone there looks to be, trying to help as much as they can. First aid kits everywhere. It's a truly horrible scene and a truly horrible day for Australia.
It's hard to believe what we're seeing, and I've seen it over and over again. I've seen it many times. I've seen that gunman on the bridge. I've seen that shot come through for the last hour, but still, when I look at it, it's hard to believe that we're seeing these scenes unfold on Sydney's Bondi Beach.
But the size of those guns is just terrifying, and the fact that they're shooting them at people, at innocent families, is just one of the most shocking sights you'll ever see. And I can't imagine what it would have been like for people actually being there, and obviously for those people who have, lost close relatives and family members tonight. That is just one of the most shocking. There's an incredible picture there of just people fleeing Bondi Beach, for their lives. That's not an exaggeration. There were several people we know who have been injured, and unconfirmed reports of people dead as well.
All right, Tom, I'll leave you to talk to your contacts and your friends and colleagues that are down there at the scene. Let's go back to Rex Quayle at Bondi Beach now. Rex, you've caught up with someone who did their best to help the injured.
Virgo, this man right here, he said that he saw what happened. What happened?
Yeah, I just had the shotguns, and I went close there, and I helped to. I saw a lot people get shot, and I helped few people to carry them close to the ambulance, and I saw a few 3 dead bodies on the floor, and that shocked me. Actually, I'm still in shock.
What were they like? Were they alive? Were they bloodied?
Some guy didn't make it. They tried to bring him back to the life, and didn't make it. But some was a heavy injury, some was not so much, not so bad, and just crazy.
Can you describe what the scene was like after it happened? What was the crowd doing?
The crowd was was in panic. People yelling, and they just running and tried to hide. There was people on the beach trying to hide from the shotguns, and just was a big panic.
You said there were 3 dead bodies.
I saw 3 bodies. Yeah, it was covered, but people was running in front of the bodies. That was crazy for me. I saw the bodies down on the floor, and nobody do anything. They just let them there.
How are you?
No, I'm shocked, man. I can't even speak. Yeah, I'm still in shock. I don't know, what can I say?
Well, I'm sure a lot of Australian people would think that you've been doing a really good job tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, guys, still a lot going on, still pandemonium. I'll just show you this scene behind us. If I move my head, sorry. If I just get it right, you can see all these, these police vehicles. So, I'm just going to flip the camera. I'm so sorry, technical difficulties. There's police vehicles, there's emergency vehicles, people enjoying their Saturday night, whether it was at the festival, whether it was going for a swim with this sunset, this beautiful scenery, this famous beach, and now, look at it, it's pandemonium, absolute pandemonium.
It sure is, Rex. That gentleman, no doubt in shock. Many people down there in shock. I think many people across Sydney and across our fine country are in shock at what has unfolded there tonight. If you're just joining us, let me take you through what is a very tragic recap. We believe 2 gunmen approached Bondi Beach this evening, armed with serious shotguns, armed with multiple guns and plenty of weaponry. They have opened fire on what we believe was a Hanukkah Children's Festival that was taking place just metres from where they stood on that bridge. They have opened fire. There are reports of up to 50 to 60 shots fired, and these are from high-powered shotguns at very close range. They have fired and then scrambled from the scene. We do believe at least 3 people are confirmed dead. We do believe at least one of the gunmen has passed away after a shootout with police. We do know that paramedics have been down there for the last hour and a half attempting to save lives, attempting to work on those that have been injured, some very seriously, and we do fear that the death toll will rise. We have heard from the Prime Minister, we have heard from the Premier, urging those in the area to follow official guidelines, to do what emergency services tell them to do, exactly as they tell them and when they tell them. And a very packed Bondi Beach on a beautiful Sunday evening is now a massive crime scene and the scene of one of the worst disasters, one of the worst tragedies in this country's history. It is hard to believe. Our chief reporter, Chris Reason, is at Bondi. Chris, what have you seen so far tonight?
Mark, I've just arrived in the last few minutes and you can see behind me ambulances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them lining up here to take people away. I'm hearing that up to 12 people may have been caught up in this absolute tragedy. As you have been reporting today, this is the beginning of Hanukkah, and right now we are thinking that the gunman, and forgive me if I'm repeating what you've already reported, I've only just got here now, the gunman was targeting a Jewish celebration, for those that don't know, called Hanukkah. It's the Festival of Light. It's a time of thanksgiving. It's a time of prayer. It's a time of celebration, and several hundred Jewish people were gathered in and around the Bondi area, below where the gunman was believed to have taken his position, with what people have described to me as a long-barreled rifle, potentially a double-barreled shotgun, potentially something more sinister than that, and have been picking off targets from that position. You can't quite see it from here. There is a position I'll be able to show you in a moment with our camera of where we think that was all taking place from. You can see right now, if Morgan, my cameraman, comes over just 2 meters over to this step here, and we can see that right now in front of us, paramedics working on someone being treated. This is a horrendous scene, Mark. I'm getting told that witnesses believe that multiple people were killed. There are potentially over a dozen people injured. This is a major catastrophe, an awful event, and right now emergency services are doing what they can. Morgan, come over here. Another person being wheeled into the ambulances here. Just step over this way, mate. This is confronting stuff. We're talking about children. We're talking about a community that was celebrating, a community that was enjoying what was an amazing day in Sydney. Blue skies day, incredible weather. Bondi, we all know it, one of the greatest tourist destinations in the country and one of the greatest places of congregation in this city, attacked, targeted by an unknown number of gunmen. We've been told at least one, potentially 3. Go this way. You can see the people swarming around this person being taken into the back of this ambulance. Mate, awful scenes tonight in Bondi. Yeah,
Chris, what we are certainly watching are a team of paramedics, a team trying to save lives. It has taken them this long to get those injured people off the beach, across the road and into those ambulances. It would be fair to say their injuries must be extremely serious. They must have been in very precarious positions, and only now are they being able to load them into an ambulance to try to get them to intensive care. We are also hearing reports, again I really stress unconfirmed reports, that an explosive device may have been found nearby where this shooting has taken place. and authorities are certainly working to check that report out and to check out if that's of any danger.
Mark, I'm just here with, what, paramedic? State emergency
State
service?
emergency.
What's your story?
I'm chaplain.
Give me a name and tell me
That's
what
my
happened.
name. That's my name. I was right in the middle of it, guys. They were shooting us like we were enemy. Like that one there. What are you doing there? What are you staying here? They were killing. People was falling all over us. Dead, blown brains out. This is Bondi. This is Australia. I left Soviet Union as a refugee. I came here as a refugee just to get that.
You're not Jewish, you're not Muslim.
I am Jewish.
You are?
Yes.
And what did you see today? Can you talk me through it?
Murder. I saw murder.
How quickly did you get on the scene?
I was already there.
Why? Why
I'm
were
a
you doing?
chaplain. I came with a CS chaplaincy.
There's blood on your shirt, mate.
I was helping people out.
And what are you telling me about the casualties on the ground here in Bondi?
I can't tell you. A lot. More than dozens.
Injured or
Dead.
killed?
Dead. Rabbi dead. Kids hurt. What can I else tell you?
This was a Jewish festival of celebration, the Festival of Light.
Bringing the light into darkness. What darkness came to us today. To whole Australia, to Bondi Beach, to Sydney. This is not country I came here 30 years ago. It's not.
We're seeing people being taken into these ambulances right now. There are some that have survived.
Yes.
Do we have an idea of how many?
I can't tell you.
As we talk, there's more being, the ambulances are wheeling stretchers behind you. What sort of numbers can you,
I can't
any
tell.
assessment at all? At what point did you get there?
I was
Did
there
you
from
hear
the start.
everything?
I was covered. I was lying on top of my son.
Your son?
My son, 8 years old son. I fell on top of him, and then another injured guy fell on top of me.
Your son's okay.
He's okay.
The injured guy's okay.
He survived.
You're okay.
I'm okay. So show must go on.
Can you tell me about what was happening down there? This was a festival where
People dancing, people eating sweets, people climbing the rock climbing wall for the kids, selling sausages, just like a normal festival, like any other barbecue.
How many gunmen were there?
I saw 2
What were they holding? What sort of
rifles.
Okay.
I think one of them was shotgun.
Did they seem to be indiscriminately targeting? Were they looking at any individuals?
No, they were shooting indiscriminately.
Whoever they could get.
Whatever they can get. Old people, young people, brains blown out, just like in the movie.
In Bondi.
Bondi Beach. Life service came help. People just run, say, I'm Navy, I'll help. That's the Australia I know, but that is not. The evil came to us today.
You got down. Who did you first arrive to? Who did you try and help?
The security guard that was hurt next to me. He was shot in the shoulder. I was helping him out. Then I went around. A lot of people were already dead.
How do you know that? You just completely.
Well, their brains blown out on the ground.
Okay.
They're dead.
Kids as well?
There's at least 2 girls I saw hit. One probably around 12. The other one is probably even younger.
And the police managed to get these 2 guys?
I think they did, yeah.
How is the community? What is the community feeling tonight?
It's not community. It's not just us. It's everyone. This is going to change us forever. This is going to change us forever. On Bondi Beach, you got bodies lying left, right, and center. Not terrorists, not army guys, just old people, Most of them were ex-Soviet refugees that came here for better life.
What's your name, sir?
Vladimir
Vladimir what?
Kotlia.
Vladimir, thank you for talking to us. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Make sure they know about it.
Mark, wow. Vladimir was there in the midst of it, trying to save lives.
Chris, that was one of the most heartbreaking interviews that I have ever heard. He was on the scene, he was in the line of fire as those two gunmen opened fire on that Hanukkah festival. And not only was he trying to save others, he was trying to protect his own son. And one of the most heartbreaking things he said in that very, very difficult interview was that he does believe that up to 10 to 12 people have lost their lives, including older people and including children. Is that your understanding?
I think so, mate. His assessments were raw and real and on the move, but from what he's telling me, from what he saw in those frantic moments and minutes that the gunman was opening fire, that was his count, and they were the victims we're talking about. Young, old, his own son.
Absolutely horrific. Chris, we have been saying that we believed one of the two gunmen is deceased. We are now starting to hear that perhaps both gunmen are in custody. So reports of one of the gunmen being shot dead by police have not been confirmed, but we are hearing that perhaps both gunmen are in custody. Have you heard any more on that?
We haven't yet, but I'm hearing there are two, potentially three. Mark, there were reports of another incident unfolding just afterwards at Dover Heights, a short distance from here. We haven't had confirmation on whether there was anything happening there.
I think we have heard that was a
events
false,
like this
a
do
false
happen in
report.
coordinated fashion.
I believe that the Dover Heights
we're
report was a
so.
false one. I think we have had some good news there. But
We've
certainly
had confirmation. Okay, well that's great to hear.
they are still trying to bring up patients from the beach and trying to save lives. Chris, we like to think of Australia as a safe place, a safe country, an accepting country, but we've seen this unfold, and less than 2 years ago, just up the road, just on top of the hill, we had that horrific stabbing at Bondi Junction. It seems hard to comprehend, doesn't it?
It does, and that completely unrelated, of course. And I will reflect though that it's, tomorrow is the anniversary of the Lint Cafe siege, Mark, and that was another. I don't know, we haven't got confirmation yet on who was responsible for this one, but an Islamist incident that saw 2 deaths in the Lint Cafe, as we have seen and known that story all too well. The 11th anniversary coming up tomorrow. Not making any connection, any link at all with that incident, but just it's just a reminder of where we are.
Yeah, it certainly has some echoes in that the shock that is rippling through our city tonight feels very similar to the shock that rippled through the city on that Lint Cafe siege 11 years ago. We do believe we have some vision coming in of one of those gunmen being tackled. We hope to get that to you shortly. Chris, we'll leave it there. This is the vision of one of the gunmen being tackled, I believe by a hero, a civilian, not a police officer, not a paramedic, but a civilian who has rushed the gunman from behind, seized his weapon, turned the weapon on him, and has had the courage to not only do that, but the presence of mind not to open fire in that situation. And now he is no doubt calling for backup, getting this man surrounded and making sure there is no chance he can get away. But we do believe the vision you are seeing there is of the gunman. A second gunman, Tom, is that your understanding? That is a second gunman up on the bridge, now trying to protect the other gunman who has just been stripped of his weapon.
Yes. So that is the most incredible vision I think I've ever seen. A member of the public, look at this, sneaking up from behind a car in the car park at Bondi and tackling him, managing to rest it. That's just...
To take the gun away from him, I wonder how many lives that man has saved in that sheer act of bravery.
And all while he's being shot at by the other gunman.
Well, that's my concern. The second gunman up on the bridge has seen what's unfolded and is now turning his weapon perhaps on the hero that we have just seen strip that man of the weapon that we believe he used to kill innocent people
and
on Bondi.
still throwing something at him there, while there that gunman, still armed and very much dangerous and armed with lots and lots of ammunition, is firing at him. That is one of the bravest acts you will ever see.
And I do hope that that man that stepped forward to strip the gunman of his weapon is safe and well this evening. But we can't confirm what's happened. This is the only vision we have of the incident. We can't confirm what has unfolded in the seconds and perhaps minutes after this vision stopped rolling. But there you have it. A civilian, an absolute hero, has rushed the gunman from behind, tackled the gunman, stripped him of his weapon, and then you can see him there calling for backup, had the presence of mind not to open fire in what is a highly volatile situation, but was able to place the weapon down. There's another man has come in to throw something at the gunman, and here is the disturbing vision of a second gunman from a high vantage point, seeing what's unfolded and now trying to open fire and get perhaps the first gunman out of there in some way safely. We do have a police report to say that 2 gunmen have been arrested. We had an earlier report that one of the gunmen had lost their lives in a shootout with police. We now understand, yet to be officially confirmed, that 2 gunmen are under arrest. Tom, unbelievable scenes, an unbelievable act of bravery there. Can I just take you back to that interview we heard from Chris Reason with the chaplain? Extraordinary descriptions, extraordinary scenes, but an extraordinary amount of emotion from that man who was in the line of fire.
Yeah, in the line of fire, just like this man we're seeing here. I mean, you think of Bondi Beach as a tourist haven and I guess a somewhat transient place, but that's just so far from the truth. Bondi is an incredibly tight-knit community where people will do anything for each other, as we saw with some of those heroes in the Bondi stabbing attack. But the people in Bondi are incredibly brave, and that is one of the bravest things you will ever see against 2 absolute cowards who are fully armed and firing at this man who put the gun down incredibly. He just... I just can't. And the people who, you know, not only who live in Bondi, as I did for many years, the people who are watching these scenes, who've crossed that bridge so many times to get to the water, to get their feet on the sand, and that's now playing out, a scene like this. I've also seen vision, Mark, of some drone vision actually, of those 2 men still on the bridge, being shot at by police, maybe too graphic to show, but they're certainly injured in the process, probably not by these men who were just simply trying to defuse the situation and did an incredible job in doing so. And as you say, we certainly hope that they're safe and were able to take some cover while that coward there was firing one of his, a huge gun at that man, those men.
We often wonder as reporters, when you go to an event, there are those that, obviously get as far away from the danger zone as possible, as quickly as possible. And there are others who feel it's their duty to move towards the danger, and that is perhaps the most stark example of that I have ever seen. At any stage, that gunman could have turned the weapon on a civilian and he could have lost his life, but he went forward to try and save other lives. He's gone forward, not only with the courage to tackle the gunman, but the skill to strip him of his weapon. And then the 2 gunmen work together as one of them's under attack. The second gunman on top of that bridge is starting to open fire and try to provide some sort of cover for the coward.
He's done such an amazing job. I mean, the calibre of bullets that they're using as well would pierce car doors. And he's still gone up there right close and obviously, come to grips and blows with him and managed to wrestle that gun. That is just one of the most amazing things.
As you said, Tom, you lived in Bondi for many, many years, and I said this to Chris Reason a short time ago. That area has been through so much. We've now got this absolute tragedy unfolding before our eyes this evening, and it seemed like only a matter of months ago, but it's perhaps 2 years ago, that just up the road at Bondi Junction they went through that shocking stabbing in the shopping centre. Yeah, and as I said before, you know, people who go to Bondi Junction to the mall would still feel a chill down their spine thinking back to that day. And now, I mean, I've been down to this part of Bondi Beach and many parts of Bondi Beach countless times, walked over that footbridge at this time of day, and as many people have done today, and thinking that they're going to have, you know, a beautiful end to the weekend. It's hard to put into words when it's your home and your backyard. Just what incredible scenes this are. I can't. It is a tough task to put it into words, because we do see terrible events like this unfolding in other parts of the world, in other danger zones, and as reporters we gather that information. But when you see it unfolding in your own backyard, when you see something like this taking place somewhere that you've lived for many years, you've got a lot of mates down there, you've got a lot of family down there. My family's just up the road, not too far away. It is hard to comprehend, and it is hard to believe, and even harder to understand what has taken place here this evening. As soon as we came off air at 7 p.m, when we had just begun to hear about this incredibly sad and shocking breaking news, I was flooded with messages from people who live in Bondi Beach, you know, incredibly close friends, and so many people asking me if I'm okay. You know, were you there? And so many people will be getting those messages because it's such a wide open space, and there's, as we've heard, you know, dozens and dozens of gunshots, incredibly high caliber ammunition going off. You don't know where it's coming from, and yeah, it's my backyard, it's our backyard. And at times like this, you want to make sure family and friends are safe. You've obviously been on the phone to friends, to family, to colleagues down there. I've got grown boys. You're never sure where they are or what they're up to, but I have certainly had messages now to say that they are safe and well, and they are shocked by certainly what is unfolding. But there will be some families who are texting loved ones right now. There will be some families who are calling loved ones right now on their mobile phone, and they are not getting an answer. No, and they will never get an answer, and they'll just be asking why, as you know, so many of us are right now, asking that question, why. I think we'll be asking why for a long, long time, and perhaps never quite know the answer. Tom, thank you. Let's go to Taylor Aiken now, who's been tailing ambulance officers at the scene. Taylor, what are they telling you this evening?
Well, Mark, this is one of at least 3 hospitals that patients are being brought to. Here at RPA Hospital, they're also being taken to Prince of Wales Hospital and St Vincent's Hospital. We've seen at least 4 ambulances arrive here under lights and sirens, but what has been the most galvanising thing is their family members and friends gathering here. They've been told that they were coming to RPA Hospital. They're racing here, they're parking in the middle of the street, racing inside, trying to get some answers. We did speak to one woman earlier who said that her sister had been shot in the neck at Bondi. She is expected to survive, but they didn't have any further details, and we're racing here trying to get an answer. Some ambulance officers that I have been speaking to while this has been unfolding saying that they arrived to just a scene of chaos. One woman was shot in the shoulder that they carried to hospital. Another child was shot in the face. So very much an unfolding situation here with paramedics doing their best trying to ferry the injured to hospital.
Yeah, the injured to hospital is of a real concern. I'm sure many of those have serious, perhaps critical injuries. What we are trying to ascertain, Taylor, is sadly the number of those that may have lost their lives, and how many children might be caught up in that number. Have you heard anything on lives lost or the current death toll from paramedics down there?
Not yet, Mark. We have two ambulances arriving now. One ambulance, rather, under lights and sirens with a police escort arriving here at RPA Hospital. This has been the case for a number of about 10-30 minutes now. One ambulance after another arriving, trying to ferry the injured into hospital to help hopefully give them the best chance of survival. In terms of those who have been fatally injured, we haven't heard any numbers yet. The paramedics that I spoke to at the scene said it was an incredibly disturbing scene. There were too many people for them to help. Some, though, that we have seen weren't able to be saved, and that is what's happening right now. Ambulance trying to triage people as they are treated at Bondi there, and then ferrying them to the closest hospital. RPA is about a 15-minute drive from Bondi, but the hospitals are beginning to get overwhelmed. They are trying to stem the number of people being taken to each hospital so that they can get the correct amount of care that they need, while also not putting our hospital emergency departments under too much stress.
Yeah, no doubt, Taylor, behind you there is a battle in intensive care to try and save as many lives as possible. That battle will be underway at a number of other hospitals throughout the city, most of those throughout the eastern suburbs and in the city centre. But as you mentioned, that battle to save lives is going on inside the hospital, while at the same time distraught relatives are turning up hoping that their loved ones can be saved, hoping their loved ones are not too seriously injured. It must be hard to comprehend the level of emotion in those hospital wards at the moment.
Absolutely, and the people gathering on the street, they're not sure even if they're at the right hospital. They're just trying to find the people who they love and trying to follow some kind of information trail to try and be reunited with their loved ones. I was pulling up here at this scene when we saw a woman came up to me and asked if she could have my car park spot because her sister had been shot and that she needed to get inside as fast as possible. That is something that is being echoed here as at many hospitals around the eastern suburbs and in the city. We have a whole ambulance bay full here. They are trying to move people off stretcher into the hospital as quick as possible so that they could then head back to Bondi to pick up any more injured or treat any more people who need help. But one thing is the physical injuries inflicted here, the psychological toll of people who witnessed it. Those many people are in shock as well and may feel or may not believe that they need to be taken to hospital, but the message from paramedics is if you need help, if you have been injured, please reach out, get in contact with a police officer or present to hospital, because there will be many people who may have not been physically injured from this but may be wearing some very deep psychological scars.
Yeah, Taylor, no doubt, and the message right across Sydney tonight is please listen to the authorities, listen to police, listen to paramedics and do whatever you can to stay safe. We do have a statement that has just come in, I believe, from the Prime Minister. I'll read that to you now. The scenes in Bondi are shocking and distressing. Police and emergency responders are on the ground working to save lives. My thoughts are with every person affected. I have just spoken to the AFP Commissioner and the New South Wales Premier. We are working with New South Wales Police and will provide further updates as more information is confirmed. I urge people in the vicinity, as we've just mentioned, to follow the information from New South Wales Police. That is the latest statement from the Prime Minister. No doubt there are task forces underway to try and work out the best plan forward and to try and make sure as many lives as possible are saved over the next hour or so. Let's go back to Chief Reporter Chris Reason. He is at Bondi. Rezo, what have you seen tonight and what have people said to you since you've been down there?
Mark, we're still getting reports that some quarters are still locked down and people are trying to apply first aid as the responders are trying to get into that area and address those situations right now. But inside the surf club at one point, surf club members were trying to apply first aid to several people who have been caught up in this shooting. Is the reports that we're getting from people on the ground here, there are a lot of mixed messages, a lot of confusion and a lot of sadness obviously about what's going on right now. But a little bit more detail on The gunman, I've just been contacted by one source who says, from the look of the vision, this is confronting information. The cartridges strewn at the scene looks like one weapon was a shotgun, another was an assault rifle. An estimation backed up that video using the shooters that says that assault rifle may well have been an AR-15 type assault rifle. Now, extremely difficult to get in Australia. There'll be a lot of questions about that if that is the case. It's not confirmed though, Mark. This is only people with an expertise in this kind of shooting looking at the videos that are now mass circulating on social media right now and looking at the rate of fire that has been used by these shooters. Also, and this again completely unconfirmed, but there's rumours and the internet is alive with suggestions that a grenade was tossed in at one point. Again, completely unconfirmed. This is just re-reporting what's been said online, but possibly a grenade used at some stage. There was a lot of smoke, a blast of smoke at one point straight after this incident occurred. Now, the new video confirms that the shotgun was used, one rifle, that as Tom Saker has reported, the hero managed to strip that shotgun, that man of that shotgun and managed to disable that situation. He also is reported to have had a satchel with extra ammunition that he was carrying at the time. Now, just quickly, Mark, I want to bring in here Kelly Sloan, who opposition leader right now and local member. Kelly, first of all, your reaction to what you've seen, felt, heard this evening?
Well, when I arrived here this afternoon, it was still unfolding. There were still gunshots. I had been at a neighbouring event where I got bundled into a community ambulance, and the driver was communicating with one of his colleagues who had been shot. And the ambulance tore down here. We parked under that bridge.
Under the bridge where the shooter was?
There was a kid under there, a little boy and his dad, and I got them into the car, and then I went in and I tried to help people, and it was carnage, Chris. It was a devastating scene, and I have to say I'm in a lot of shock. And I'm angry because this was not just an attack on our Jewish community here. It wasn't just an attack on the Bondi community. It's an attack on our country and our way of life here. And it is still unfolding. We don't know how many people have died tonight, how many people have been injured, but this is a community, the Bondi community is going to need everyone's support, everyone's arms around them. And I just can't believe it's happened.
Kel, it has happened. The reality is right now, I can see behind you, there are dozens of ambulances, there are dozens potentially of victims. You were caught up in the middle of all of that. Did you hear gunfire at the time? What did you see? Can you take us back to where you were at the time?
When I ran in, it was panic. There was panic everywhere. There were people running, there were people trying to help. The first responders were arriving, and I just ran in to try to help, and I heard gunfire when I did that. That must have been the police taking down the assailant.
Yeah.
And then we all just tried to help. And, you know, there were. It's really hard when you can't help. And there were people desperately trying to save lives. We were just getting compression bandages to people. We were getting people out of the way, trying to clear people out, trying to evacuate people.
So when you say you're getting compression bandages in, you were actually seeing victims on the ground? You were actually There
were people that we couldn't save, Chris. There were people already dead. There was a gentleman I had to cover up. I was holding the hand of another lady who. It's really hard. People don't need to hear this detail. We are just going to need a lot of help and a lot of support. And I don't know what to say to our beautiful Jewish community, because earlier this evening I was at an event where I said to Jewish friends how great it is that we were finishing the year on a high. that after a terrible start, after a summer of horror where people's cars were burned, where there were explosions, where there was graffiti, that we got to a point, I thought, where we were celebrating. You know, there were people at the event I was, the Jewish community, people throwing babies into the air, dancing, eating jam donuts, all of the wonderful things. Hanukkah is a celebration of light over darkness, and we were celebrating that, and then darkness hit. And there are people tonight who are never going to be the same again. And what I worry about is our Jewish community is never going to feel safe again. And I don't know what we do I don't know what we do.
We have got weeks and months and perhaps even longer to try and deal with this and come to terms with this. I'm not sure that we will. There's a lot of work ahead of us. Kelly, I'm not sure what words of comfort I can give you.
It is heartbreaking. You know, it is devastating. It is absolutely devastating, and it's not just, you know, the people from our surf clubs are heroes, can I just say, especially from Bondi Surf Club, which was right next door. They just ran in, and they were absolute champions. And I went back with them afterwards, and no one can believe what happened, you know. And the guys from Bondi behind us, they also raced down. You know, we had the best of care for the people who were injured, but it wasn't enough.
We're going to have to cling to those stories of the heroes, the people that raced in, the people right now behind us who are doing what they can. Kelly, Sloan, we appreciate you giving us your time this evening. Go and talk to your people. Thank you.
Okay.
Virgo, back to you.
Yeah, Chris, another harrowing interview. Kelly Sloan, the new state opposition leader who was on the scene and obviously saw too much, and you can understand she's having trouble speaking about that event, as we all are. I do believe we have a photo just in that may be an image of one of the gunmen, a fairly clear image. We believe this is one of the gunmen at the centre of this atrocity tonight, and we believe that is on the bridge overlooking the sand at Bondi. One of the gunmen. If you're just joining us, there has been an absolutely tragic mass shooting at Bondi Beach. At least 3 people are confirmed killed, and police have 2 people in custody. We do fear the death toll is going to rise well beyond that. Our rolling coverage will continue with Michael Usher as this emergency unfolds. Yeah. Michael is here now. Michael, no doubt, a truly shocking event that has not only rocked Sydney tonight, but rocked Australia and the wider world.
Well, as we just heard from Kelly Connolly there, the New South Wales State Opposition leader, firsthand, a gripping first-hand account. And as she said to us then, this is not just an attack on Bondi, this is an attack on Australia. An extension of that, this is an attack on Australian values as well. It's all unfolding relatively quickly. We're only an hour and a half or so since this began, and learning, as Mark just referenced then, that 3 people are confirmed dead. 2 people in custody. Is that person on the bridge one of them in custody, one of the the suspects that we understand, or is he still on the run at the moment? We don't know. We're trying to find out. We're trying to get that information from police as we speak. One of the concerning aspects of this, that's that photo there. One of the concerning aspects of this is the suggestion that there was an explosive device. I think our reporter Sam Payne, who's live down at Bondi Beach, has some information on this. Sam, what can you update us with, please?
Yeah, Michael, that's correct. I just spoke with a police contact on the ground here. I'm at Warners Avenue in North Bondi, and the reason why there's an exclusion zone still set up is there's unconfirmed reports of an IED under that bridge in Bondi. And obviously over the past few hours, you can even hear the SES right now. They've come in to help with this traffic control. And they're keeping people away from the scene over the past hour and a half, trying to evacuate everyone from the beach. And where we are here in Warners Avenue is where family members have been coming up and checking, obviously trying to see what's going on in a panic, confusion. People are still in board shorts, wetsuits. Obviously it's occurred hours ago, but it's quite a frantic situation still. Michael?
Yeah, Sam,
and you
thank
can
you
hear
very
it.
much
So
for
it's
that.
still, as I. Oh yeah, thank you.
No, carry on there, because that's what we're trying to get a clearer picture of exactly. I mean, these images right now are quite extraordinary. I've just heard first-hand accounts from a lot of people that when that bus turned up, quite a few of the buses turned up down at Bondi Beach, people were scrambling to get on them just to get to safety. Reports also of 30 to 40 people crowding in the stairwell of a private hotel down there. One of the restaurants, Hurricanes, shut down. People were getting inside and getting under tables. These gunshots were loud, they were frequent, there were volleys of them. This was ringing out. People were racing down to Bondi to try and connect with their loved ones and try and get them out of there. And these incredible scenes, it was a very busy, warm afternoon and evening in Sydney. Bondi Beach evacuating, not hundreds but thousands of people down there on quite an incredible evening. And as you can see there, captured from every angle on people's mobile phones, people absolutely scrambling to get away from the gunfire. Obviously from the shooters, the two shooters that we understand, but also the police that raced there pretty quickly as well. And this incredible hero act that we're seeing of one person coming out of nowhere and tackling one of the gunmen who is armed with a heavy-duty rifle, an assault weapon of some kind. We're trying to clarify that, and police are right now trying to get that for us. Look at this. The gunman shooting, that gentleman from behind grabs him round the neck, wrestles the gun away from him, points it at him, turns the weapon back on the gunman. Now, the gunman there scrambling, getting off his knees, he's been stunned. That citizen has turned the weapon on him, and the gunman, one of the gunmen, backing away there. What we're about to see, there you go, he's gesturing for some help there, saying, I've got the weapon. He gently rests it against the palm tree. But the gunman, there he is there, is not knowing what to do, quite stunned. Someone else comes out and throws something at him as well. But just to the right of this shot, that gunman's getting cover right there from that gunman on the bridge, his accomplice, trying to fire back at the good citizens who were trying to disarm, but then trying to get the other gunman. He's gesturing, we don't know who else to. He's ducking up and down, police firing back at him, we understand. We're going to keep analysing this vision. Clementine Cuneo, I know you're standing by. What have you got where you are, and describe where you are, please?
Michael, I'm outside St Vincent's Hospital here in Darlinghurst. We've actually just seen a really distressing scene, an ambulance that came in under a police escort. We watched as the police, they've shut down the road basically. The ambulance has come in, the hospital staff have come out and put up screens. It was pretty clear that it was something pretty serious inside that ambulance, and what we've just been told is that it's another police officer. So that's at least 2 police officers that we can confirm have been very, very seriously injured in this horror event. Now, for the last hour and a half, we've probably seen anywhere between 15 and 20 ambulances come in, and they are literally just wheeling people out, jumping back in, taking off. We're seeing families turning up here that don't actually even know if their families are at this hospital. We've seen a woman in a bikini running along, very distressed, looking for someone. There was even a woman who stood here and said to the media, you know, my friend is inside. He had a large hole in his arm. Does anyone know if he's okay? And, you know, we just have to reassure them that if they're in the hospital, they're okay. So it's really distressing times here at the hospital as well, and, you know, at other hospitals as well. We can only speak for this one, but it's pretty frightening stuff. We've even seen doctors. I mean, they're literally, we assume they're doctors, they certainly look like it. They're just dumping their cars and running. You know, I would imagine that the hospitals put a call out, just anyone, everyone come in. So that's what we're seeing. Look, it is a little bit quieter there at the moment. A cameraman can show you at the moment.
Clem, just hold on 1 minute. I've just received a text from a police contact confirming now. Let me just read this to you directly. 10 dead, including one of the shooters. The other shooter seriously injured. That's not evident from the vision that we've been running, but confirming this now, believed to be 10 dead. 12 injured, we understand, and varying degrees of injuries at this stage. In some of the vision I just watched briefly before we got on air, we're not showing it at this stage. I very, very sadly counted at least 6 people that I saw in various amateur vision that was shot at the scene, people who were no doubt some of the 10 dead. So just confirming from police sources in New South Wales right now, believed to be 10 dead, which is quite extraordinary. That vision we're watching there now too backs up what Kelly Sloan told us, the New South Wales State Opposition Leader, that many of the surf rescue crews down on Bondi Beach raced in to help as best they could as well, with all of their skill sets and their equipment. They were very fast to try and help out on a very, very packed evening, a very hot evening, thousands of people out and about on Bondi Beach, but confirming, as you can see on the screen now, 10 people from New South Wales police sources, 10 people have been killed in this Bondi Beach massacre. We understand, as Clementine was reporting from St Vincent's Hospital there, that at least one police officer is hurt. In fact, I've just received a text again from my police contact saying 2 police officers have been hurt. They have been rushed to St Vincent's Hospital. Obviously, it was quite extraordinary just in and around our Channel 7 headquarters, which is fairly central in Sydney. The fleets of ambulances, the convoys of police coming in from all jurisdictions across Sydney, screaming down toward Bondi Beach to assist in this large-scale operation, a massacre, sadly, we have to call it, because that is what it is. Innocent people down on the beach have been ambushed by heavily armed gunmen. And as we've been seeing in some of the vision, there'll be different angles of it too, I'm sure. This citizen who came out of nowhere and had the guts, look at him behind the car there, races up behind one of the shooters, grabs him round the neck, a burly man taking on an equally burly man, and then grabs that weapon, turns it back on him and keeps him on the ground as best he can. That gunman stumbling. He has a backpack of some kind. He's carrying a bag. I wouldn't speculate what that is at the moment. 2 bags, one at his front and one in a backpack. But look at this man, this incredible man, then gesturing to anyone who can get attention from. I've taken the weapon. I'm resting it here. Someone get him. Someone find him, which is quite extraordinary. The extension of this video too is that the other armed gunman, have a look at this as it pans right there, is firing heavily from one of those overpasses there down at Bondi Beach. This is familiar to a lot of people who visited down there. You might all recall too that during COVID, this is where one of the great big COVID testing stations was, just underneath that bridge as well. So him still firing back and ducking down as police fire back on him. Now, we've got a still image of him. There it is. Now, is he arrested at the moment? We're trying to get that confirmed. Is he one of the gunmen that's being held, or is he on the run? Again, police sources telling me right now that there are raids across Sydney, which gives you an idea that New South Wales Police and their specialty divisions have a good idea of who they're dealing with here, that the fact that they're targeting areas and raiding right now, they are not wasting any time. So that is a very strong still image there of one of the men. He was the man ducking up and down behind the concrete wall of the bridge, firing back onto those citizens who tried to wrestle the gun, or did wrestle the gun away from one of the other armed assailants who down there, who unleashed their absolutely terrifying campaign against all of those people down at Bondi Beach. Now, Tom, let's bring in you. You've been watching the vision there as well. Just your take, another set of eyes on what you've been watching.
Yeah, Michael, obviously it's incredibly distressing. This is a place that, you know, I've been to since I was a kid, essentially raised on the beach at Bondi. So from a personal point of view, it's hard to remain neutral. From a reporter's point of view, we're getting lots of information coming into the newsroom, including that one of those police you said was injured is in a very bad way, and only 2 years in the job from the Eastern Beaches, which is the police station down at Bondi, so he would have been one of those first responders and obviously close enough to get caught up in the fray. He's now at one of those hospitals, it sounds like it's St Vincent's, being treated and probably in a critical condition at the moment. Also from a former SAS soldier who was observing that vision of the gunman on the bridge, and says that he believes the way he handled the gun was with, you know, incredible technique, and shows that he had obviously done some serious training with that kind of weaponry. I've also been speaking to some of my very good Jewish friends down at Bondi Beach. They're still trying to madly confirm if everyone that they know is okay. They have heard that one of the rabbis at the Hanukkah Festival of Lights was hurt, possibly very seriously and may even be dead, but that's not been confirmed yet. We did hear in that interview with Chris Reason, with the chaplain who was at the Hanukkah festival, had blood on his shirt and was helping, and he also said that he'd seen a rabbi injured as well, Michael.
Thank you, Tom. Let me confirm some numbers. We're going to go to Taylor Aiken, who's at one of the hospitals, but let me just read out some of the numbers first that we've just had confirmed. Of the injured, 6 have been taken to St Vincent's, 3 to Royal Prince Alfred, 2 to St George's Hospital, 2 to Royal North Shore, 1 to Westmead Hospital, 1 to Prince of Wales, and this is beyond heartbreaking. 1 has been taken to Sydney Children's Hospital as well. Ambulance authorities telling us that they've had at least 40 crews responded. That's from the ground and on air, and specialist intensive care crews dispatched. Taylor, let me bring you in now. This is the vision of St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, where just ambulance after ambulance has been arriving. And Taylor, to give us an idea of just how critical some of these patients are, we've seen in some cases 2 police officers driving the ambulances, leaving the specialty crews to stay in the back of their vehicles to do the best work that they can to save more lives. These police officers racing back out. Taylor, let me bring you in there and tell us what you've been seeing, please.
Well, Michael, we've seen ambulance after ambulance arrive under lights and sirens, often by police escort, as you say, sometimes police officers driving those ambulances, trying to get to hospital as quick as possible. And we have seen there have been multiple patients taken to a wide range of hospitals, and they really have tried to spread the load here. We've had patients taking up to the north, up to Royal North Shore Hospital, south all the way down to St George, and of course the city hospitals, Prince of Wales, St Vincent's, and here at RPA. It has been a steady stream of ambulances arriving here, but we do understand that paramedics are still on scene treating the injured. So we are expected for that number of people in hospitals to rise. We have just been advised that RPA Hospital here, its emergency room is at capacity. So there is a pause on new arrivals by ambulances here for a little bit, just hopefully able to get doctors to treat those patients inside, and any other patients are being diverted to other hospitals. We have also heard that some paramedics are being sent to Randwick for a debrief from what they have seen, but paramedics have described to me the scene at Bondi was simply horrific. It was difficult to know where to begin and where those who were most injured. As I arrived here at RPA Hospital, one woman, I just parked my car, one woman came up to me frantically saying that she needed to have my car space because she'd heard that her sister had been shot down at Bondi, and she believed that she was here. She had no information other than that. She was obviously in a panic. Obviously, she went straight in, hopefully trying to get some answers here. But it's a story that many people are experiencing. We're seeing many people arrive here not having much information, but just trying to get in contact with their loved ones.
All right, Taylor, thank you. I'm going to go very quickly now back to Clementine Cuneo, who's got an update on the injured police officers. Clem.
Michael, look, there's no update, but we've just seen one of the assistant commissioners arrive here. He looked extremely distressed. He was in plain clothes, dressed from his Sunday afternoon, and he's arrived in the back seat of a highway patrol car, and he has literally run in to the emergency room. We saw him show some ID, and he's run in. Now, as you can see here at the moment, we've got more police going in. We don't know whether they're here to support a colleague. We're not sure, but we get the vibe that things are not good here at the moment for that officer, particularly the way that they were ushered in under an escort and also with screens up. So we're not getting an update. The hospital has said that they will wait until much later in the evening to even confirm exactly the numbers of people who are being treated here. But suffice to say, it's not good, and we will hopefully have some more information to bring you very soon.
That's okay, Clem. Thank you. I know it's changing as we go, but the very fact that an assistant commissioner is racing there fast tells you the gravity of the situation with the 2 injured police officers. Let's recap in case you're just joining us, and I know some of you might have been searching for the cricket. We're staying on with our rolling coverage across Australia right now. So if you're just joining us, let me recap for you. 10 people are confirmed dead in the Bondi Beach massacre. We have at least 16 people injured, including a child who's been taken to one of the children's hospitals in Sydney. 2 police officers are also very badly injured as well. Our reporter Sam Payne is standing by. We're getting moving, emotional and first-hand witness accounts coming in. Sam, you're hearing from one of them.
I am, Michael, I am. This is Boris, and he was actually at the beach at the time. Michael, can you tell me?
I was on the hill. I was on the hill, and I heard about like firework. Somebody says it's not firework. This is somebody shooting.
And did you run down? What did you say?
I was running to get. He said, "No, don't go." Some security said, "Don't go there." Some shooting around there. 2 machine gun. I said, "I don't care. I want to be witness. If I can help you something and to see what's going on." He said, where I come in there, I see on the park was people with first aid. They come in to give.
They were doing first aid on people in the park?
Them doing first aid on the park. And I started to asking what's happening. He said some community was day today.
Was the gunman
Jewish
still,
community.
were the gunmen still around?
This two machine gun was 2 people. Them was there, and them I don't see who was there. I come a little bit around 6:30 about, and I see I was so emotional. I felt to crying. He said, "Don't stay there. I have to move." I said, "No. I have to be there to see what's happening. I'm very sorry for people who was dying, who lost life, and this community people, Jewish. What reason terrorist people to come in to kill? We live in the peaceful country. We have to stop terrorism.
Thank you for your time.
We
I really
don't have
appreciate
to
that.
leave them
so as you
to
can
be
see,
here.
As you can see, thank you very much, Boris. Appreciate
thank you
it.
very much.
It's an emotional scene here, especially here
This,
at Warners Avenue. People coming here, standing at the tape. The exclusion zone is still underway, but it's people like Boris appearing and they've been around here for hours, obviously quite distraught.
No, he is. And look, his comments there are spot on as well, and he's very passionate in what he's saying. To his point, to Boris's point too, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has described this as an act of terrorism. For context, in case you're just joining us as well, it is the first night of Hanukkah. It is believed that part of this attack this afternoon was targeted. I know police will have more details on that in the evening. There'll be rolling police press conferences, and we'll bring them to you live. I know we're going to hear from a lot of leaders tonight, so we're just going to stay with our coverage. As it happens with breaking news like this, and the scale of this, we're really trying to understand right now, because it is sadly extremely tragic and it is enormous. 10 people dead, at least 16 injured. We know, very sadly, those numbers are going to grow. But there was the beginning of a Jewish festival down there at Bondi Beach, a large enclave of Jewish citizens in that part of eastern Sydney as well. Hanukkah, of course, being an 8-day festival, a festival of light, and we're in the very first night of it as well. And on top of that, an absolutely packed Bondi Beach this evening on a very warm summer's evening in Sydney. Not only locals, but obviously an absolute haven for tourists as well. And just repeating what I had heard and what I got sent information on too, thousands of people raced off that beach. 30 to 40 people were cowering in lift wells and inside a private hotel. Restaurants in the area shut their doors. People jumped under tables, as you can see there. But even a bus moving by, people scampered onto that and said, just get out of here as fast as we can. This has been absolute mayhem down at Bondi Beach this afternoon as a result of this massacre. Now, in about half an hour from now, we believe that New South Wales Police and the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, is going to be speaking. On a political front, the New South Wales opposition leader, Kelly Sloan, was caught up in all of this. It is her electorate down there as well. She was in and amongst her voters and her followers down in that area, helping the Jewish community celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. She helped shield people. She grabbed some children. They cowered under some overpasses down there. There are these great big concrete overpasses connecting Campbell Parade, the main street, over the grassed areas, over the parking areas that help everyone get down to Bondi Beach. And they became areas where people went and sheltered. The vision that we're obviously blurring here because it is extremely graphic, but that is on one of those concrete overpasses as well. In the vision that I saw just before I got on air as well, there are dozens of police officers working frantically CPR on people down at the beach before the ambulances could get to them, and to do the best they could. The calibre of the weapons, we're hoping police will confirm that to us in about half an hour, but they are of a military grade, it would appear, and they can obviously inflict just beyond horrific injuries to people and obviously kill at some distances, which is what they've done. We have to warn here, and I'm getting this from authorities, it's not speculation from myself or our newsroom, we have to warn here, and police are being careful, I guess, with the community to try and brace. Very sadly, I'm being told to emphasise that the death toll is likely to go up, and that's from official channels. And certainly in the vision that we're seeing here, the vision that we're not airing yet either, but certainly in where the arrivals of the ambulances at the hospital too, it is very obvious that this death toll is going to increase and the injury toll is going to increase as well. Political correspondent Tim Lester's in Canberra. Tim, let me bring you in now. What has the Prime Minister said?
Michael, he's made a short statement about what he's seeing unfolding, clearly distressing from him. He's here in Canberra tonight. We know that he's had briefings, we believe, with the AFP Commissioner and also the New South Wales Premier to try to better understand what's going on. We know, he says in this short statement, the scenes in Bondi are shocking and distressing. Police and emergency responders are on the ground working to save lives. My thoughts are with every person is affected. He then goes on to talk about the briefings he's had from the AFP Commissioner and the New South Wales Premier, that the government is working with New South Wales Police and will provide further updates as they come to hand. And he has urged those in the area to follow information from the New South Wales Police. This is still very much an unfolding situation, but obviously the Prime Minister now has a decision as to when he will choose to speak to the Australian people about what's taken place here. We also know very much a sense here that the world is watching to better understand the events in Bondi tonight. The Israeli president, for example, Isaac Herzog, has called the action cruel, has talked about the enormous wave of anti-Semitism in Australia, and he says it is plaguing Australian society. So depending on where the blame for this lies, ultimately it plays into that tension that Israel's had with Australia over whether our government has done enough about this. These, of course, are longer-term questions, but a great deal of intense feeling now as certainly the leaders in this country and others around the world watch events in Bondi.
You know, Tim, this is sending shivers across the country and across the world as well. The scale of this, as I've just been reporting to, is going to shift and change as well, quite tragically. I don't want to do a timeline of atrocities in Australia at the moment, but this is rating as just an atrocious scar on us. And as we heard, I mean, even politically down there, Tim, we saw the New South Wales State Opposition Leader. She's only a couple of weeks into the job, but it's her electorate down there, and she was helping her Jewish constituents celebrate the first night of Hanukkah.
Just extraordinary.
She has, yeah, incredible. And her first-hand account, very emotional and careful with her language as well, but she's deeply shocked, and she had to help people shelter down there, including children, Tim.
Yes, her words really, in a way, just heartbreaking and terrifying, giving a real sense of the moment and the feeling in Bondi from a person who obviously has a deep emotional connection to the area, and the remainder of Australia just watching on aghast as the information plays out here, and the Prime Minister and the opposition leader, who's also put out a statement tonight, will be looking to try to capture that mood and to reassure Australians when they do speak to us.
Thank you, Tim. I'm going to bring in Hugh Whitfield, but Hugh, as I do this as well, because I know you're gauging international reaction to this as well, let me just read, I know this is fairly straight, but I think it's important for our viewers to hear directly what the New South Wales Police are telling us directly. So I'll read, if you don't mind, Hugh, if you could listen in. I know you've got a foreign angle to this as well to discuss, but please note, this is from New South Wales Police. The number of casualties are expected to change as the operation continues. Police, and this is for Sydney residents, are continuing to remind the public to avoid the area area. The scale of the operation is just enormous, and it is ongoing. They're calling it a public place shooting by 2 men at the Bondi Beach earlier today. 10 people have been confirmed dead, including a man believed to be one of the shooters. The second alleged shooter is in a critical condition. At this time, a further 11 people are reported to be injured, 2 of which are police officers. Emergency services were called to Campbell Parade at about 6:45 p.m. Eastern in responding to reports of shots being fired. Now, initially, it was the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command that attended. And then, as we've been seeing across the Sydney, crews have been flying in from every corner of Sydney to help out. This is from New South Wales Police. I'm reading further. A number of suspicious items located in the vicinity are being examined by specialist officers, and an exclusion zone is in place. It's a multi-agency response. It's an extensive crime scene now established and underway. No reports of any other incidents in Sydney connected to that. There was an earlier one that's now been clarified. And obviously, anyone who can help, please provide vision, which is what many, many people are doing now. Hugh, sorry to read that out. I thought it was just important for our viewers to hear directly what the police are telling us directly in written form as well. Hugh, the reaction you're having a look at right now, tell us about that.
Yeah, Michael, Tim was alluding to the reaction from Israel in particular. We know that this occurs in the context of the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and in particular the areas around Bondi and Rose Bay and Dover Heights being a very popular place for Jewish Australians to live. And it would appear in some part that Jewish Australians may have been targeted today. There was a Hanukkah by the Sea event just on the other side of that bridge that those gunmen appear to be shooting into during this attack. The former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, has fired off an ex-post, a tweet, which is explosive. And we know that there's been this division between Canberra and Israel because of the way that the anti-Semitism has erupted across Australia over the last couple of years. Naftali Bennett says the writing was on the wall. The Australian government bears responsibility. Tonight, Jews were attacked in Australia in the Bondi Beach Hanukkah massacre, a Jewish holiday gathering turned into a scene of terror. This is a moment of grief and time for accountability. I have just spoken with several Jewish community leaders in Sydney. They are fearful and outraged. For months, they warned of rising anti-Semitism. The writing was on the wall. It was ignored. And the post goes on. A very senior politician and businessman in Israel, a former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and considering the rhetoric that we've heard from Benjamin Netanyahu over the last couple of months and years towards Anthony Albanese's government, you would think that he would have a similar response as well. So there is huge international pressure on the government to make this country safe for Australians and for those who visit.
Yeah, Hugh, let me add to that too, because as you're speaking, I've just received a statement too, which I'll read part of. It's a statement condemning the Bondi shootings and expressing solidarity with the victims of all affected communities. The Australian National Imams Council, the Council of Imams New South Wales, and the Australian Muslim community unequivocally condemn the horrific shootings in Bondi. These acts of violence and crimes have no place in our society. Those responsible must be held fully accountable and face the full force of the law. So that's just from the Council of Imams on behalf of the Muslim community in Australia as well. I tell you what, Hugh, for all the international reaction, political reaction, people condemning, the one international reaction that's going to be strongly received is this incredible act of heroism from that citizen down at Bondi Beach who raced on out and grabbed the weapon of one of the gunmen. This is it, crouching behind the car. This is an absolute hero of a man, not caring about his own safety, not only wrestling the man, but taking his heavy-duty weapon and turning it back on him. This is a citizen now who's disarmed one of the gunmen, has pointed it at him, who cowardly backs away. He was on his knees a minute ago. Now he's stepping backwards. The man there trying to get some attention from people. There is another gunman who continues to fire in this direction, which we'll see in about 11 seconds. As the gunman walks that way, another person coming out and throwing a brick or something at him to try and get him to keep on scarpering away. There it is here. This man up on the bridge continues to fire back there to try and protect, it would seem, his accomplice in all of this. And we've got a close-up shot of this gentleman too. There it is. This is who police are looking for and or have in custody. We're going to clarify that in about 20 minutes, 21 minutes, when we're going to hear from the New South Wales Premier and senior New South Wales Police as well. Chris Reason, let's go to you now, a chief reporter who's live on the scene. You're at one of the posts where I understand they're still treating people, is that right?
It's the major rally point here for the police and emergency services, Michael. You can see it just over my right shoulder here. It was packed with police just 5 minutes ago before you came to me. They're now dissipating, moving off in their own directions, and paramedics and medical staff as well, ambulance staff, as they, I think, are winding up now the process here of treating any of the people who were caught up in this afternoon's incident. Now it is the process of the investigation, the process of finding out who, what and why this happened. And we've seen detectives moving in and out of this spot, extremely windy position. Excuse me if you can just hear a lot of wind coming through my microphone now as we zoom in on that spot over there. This was where all of the victims were being taken to well, it's about 30, 40 metres away from where the rally, the Hanukkah festival was happening, and brought down to this position here to be treated on. Michael, can I tell you, I've been standing here now for 20 minutes inside this police cordoned off position. Just one of the residents here kind enough to let me inside of this his front area here. I've been watching one man who we won't zoom in on, but he's sitting there. And at his feet is a bag, and inside that bag we think is a body, a victim. Mate, we have seen dozens of people congregating here who were part of that Jewish festival, told to come up here and rally at this point for safety, and to be debriefed by the police and emergency services, the first responders who came down here. As I say, they've now dissipated, they've now moved away from this area. They'll be taken away for debriefing, they'll be taken away for counselling, they'll be taken away for what's going to be weeks and weeks of help and assistance, and I can't believe what they're going to have to confront now. We spoke earlier, as you played that interview, to Kelly Sloan, the local member for this area. The Jewish community here will be reeling, will not know how to deal with this. We'll be leaning on each other, trying to work out how this happened in a city like Sydney, how this happened in an area like Bondi, one of the most famous locations in the country, one of the most safest and celebrated areas in the country, and something like this breaks out. Michael, we've seen detectives walking in and out, clipboards out, taking notes, talking to people, interviewing people, trying to work out. You can't see it just quite from here, but the bridge where the gunman took position is just 50 metres that way, shooting into the festival just here, and the people ran to here and congregated here, as I say, to be treated. This is ground zero. It will be the key place for police and first responders to rally to and to centre this investigation from for the next 24 hours. We'll see this place still be in operation tomorrow morning as they're trying to work out exactly what took place. Just quickly, already online, I've seen a driving licence for one of the alleged shooters. The name is out there. Whether it's accurate, I'm not going to obviously repeat it here. I'm not going to give any details at all here until we've confirmed it through the police. But that name is out there. The effects of this are going to ripple through the Sydney community for a long time to come. This is an extraordinary situation, a devastating situation for this city to have to endure, as you have been reporting, with massive international implications.
It is indeed, Chris, and I think it's fair to say that this is not just an attack on Sydney, it's an attack on Australia. It's an attack on Australia's communities, it's an attack on Australian values, and that is how it's going to be interpreted. It's how the world is reacting to it right now. And as Chris is saying, obviously that, where he is standing now, has been declared by the New South Wales Police to be an enormous crime scene. Every bullet casing, every bit of evidence down there is now going to be investigated forensically, so that will be sealed off for some time. But I can report, I'm not going to say the locations yet, but there is widespread Sydney police action now as an extension of this investigation away from Bondi Beach. We're not going to be saying suburbs or areas at this stage because police, and I'm just looking at the clock in the studio here, in about 15 minutes will be telling us more details of exactly what they're doing. So we'll bring it to you live, obviously. We're staying with this rolling coverage to keep you up to date because it is fast moving and there's a lot of details to digest and understand what has happened here. But there is widespread police activity across Sydney right now. The identities of the gunmen, we understand, are being learned very, very quickly, as Chris has said, and I've seen the same image. There's a driver licence that is being distributed publicly with names on it. We've got that still photo, there it is, of one of the gunmen on the bridge. You can guarantee right now that police know exactly who that is, and he has been identified. So that will help them lead to whomever is behind this and what their connections are. To help us with a little bit about this and perhaps some of the scenes happening at the hospital, because we know that between 11 and 16 people have been taken to hospital, including 2 very seriously wounded police officers. Andrew Denny, our New South Wales crime reporter, is on the location now with the latest. Andrew.
Well, Michael, I'm coming to you here from the Sydney Children's Hospital, and adjoining that is the Prince of Wales Hospital. For those who aren't aware, these are 2 very major hospitals in the Sydney's eastern suburbs, only around a 10-minute drive or so from where my colleague Chris Reason was just reporting from. We know that 1 child has been brought here to Sydney Children's Hospital and 1 adult to Prince of Wales. At this stage, their condition is not known. We have seen a large number of ambulances arrive here earlier, as well as that, a large security presence too. I have seen members of the Jewish community arriving here as well. In terms of people's conditions, it is still far too early to report or know, as families are still finding out. But this hospital, Sydney Children's Hospital, it's where you take your child if you live in this part of the world when they're sick, when they're injured. I've taken my children here. You never expect that injury will be a gunshot wound, and that's sadly what's transpired tonight.
No, Andrew, and that's just the horrific scene that we're trying to understand here, because there were so many families down at Bondi Beach this afternoon as part of the Jewish festivities, the first night of Hanukkah, let alone all the other residents around Sydney who'd flocked to the beach on a very warm afternoon, and the many, many tourists that gravitate to that area as well. It is a rich fabric of all walks of life down there, and all ages and all types, and a lot of families. So the very fact that 1 child has been caught up in this is just beyond horrific. It just adds a heartbreaking element to the overall tragedy of what is the massacre at Bondi Beach, which sadly we have to call it that because the scale of it says that it is. As you see on the bottom of the screen there, that's 10 people confirmed killed in this mass shooting. And Andrew, police, and you're no doubt receiving some of the same texts from your trusted sources, just warning us all in media and the community to brace for these tolls to increase, quite sadly.
Yeah, and that is the sad reality. Just even from some of the videos that we've seen from this scene, most of them far too graphic to broadcast. We know that those numbers will rise, and that is certainly what emergency services are telling us as well. Very, very tragic news, and how you can even begin to comprehend what has happened here and what will happen in Sydney over the coming days, weeks and months. The city has certainly changed.
It has indeed, Andrew. Thank you very much for that, and I know that you'll give us an update, particularly on the young child who's been taken to the hospital there, the Children's Hospital. The Jewish Board of Deputies has also issued an urgent statement this evening as well. They're obviously asking all of their community to rally around and do the best that they can. Let's go to Clementine Cuneo at St Vincent's Hospital, one of the other hospitals. Clementine, as I go to you, let me just read out the list again. You're at St Vincent's, Andrew was at Prince of Wales and the Sydney Children's Hospital, which next door, but Westmead Hospital is also involved in all of this. Royal North Shore Hospital, St George's, any hospital that's been available. In fact, there was an alert I just read from New South Wales Health that said if you're a doctor or a nurse and you are available to come into work, please come into work, let alone the extraordinary load on our hospitals, which is the same as it is around Australia, is heavy on a Sunday evening, but this is a mass casualty event. Clem.
It is, Michael. So we are here at St Vincent's, and for anyone who has only just tuned in, there are at least 12 injured people in this hospital. But quite distressingly, one of those is a police officer. So not long ago, we saw some pretty wild scenes as an ambulance came in under a police escort. Shields were put up outside the hospital so that anyone on looking wouldn't be able to see what was going on. We've since seen one of the assistant police commissioners has arrived here in his Sunday casual, and he has literally run in to the emergency room. We're hearing that officer is from Sydney's southwest, and that is because the call out went far and wide. I mean, I know that when I was driving here from the north, coming over the Harbour Bridge, even like up to 45 minutes after this happened, it was just police vehicle after police vehicle coming in from the north, from the west. So it's not hard to understand that there's every potential that this officer is from out west, which is why the assistant commissioner who covers the southwest is here at the hospital. We're seeing now quite distressed-looking family are running in. I mean, that has been going on here all night. People are very confused. They don't know where their friends and their family have been taken. They're basically running around hospitals, describing people and asking. Actually, I was standing next to an ambulance at one point earlier, and the paramedic opened the back of the ambulance and she actually said, "This is," and she named the person's first name. She said, "I know nothing else about him. Here he is," and literally wheeled him out of the back. And that's the sorts of scenes that we're seeing. We're seeing police officers driving the ambulances while the paramedics are in the back. It's wild. It's distressing, and it's not like anything that we've ever seen here before.
And besides what you're doing there right now, just observing the comings and goings of the police and the ambulances, Clementine, you've covered a lot of crime across Sydney for many years. You and I now know that there are names and identities of at least one of the shooters circulating widely. You would know, and you can help fill the picture in here, police would be acting incredibly quickly on that information. They'll be doing background checks. They'll be trying to work out where, and sorry to use the language, where the hell they got these weapons from, what are apparently high caliber military grade weapons, and whether or not these shooters had any form of gun licenses. They'll be doing background checks galore, won't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we heard hours ago that one of the gunmen's house was already being raided. So the police were clearly onto this very quickly. They have special task force who focus specifically on these sorts of situations, and I would say that there's every chance that police would have known exactly who these people were. Clearly not what they were capable of, or they wouldn't have been out tonight. But I think we can make no mistake that, especially under our new police commissioner, there will be a lot of change that will come about after this, and these people, one of them particularly, who is still alive, will be held very accountable for this.
All right, Clem, thank you very much. Sam Payne, I want to go back to you at the Bondi Beach area. I think you're right down there. You've been talking to many of the witnesses for us over the last 2 hours. What else are you learning?
Ben, Michael, well, just shell-shocked is really an understatement of what is everyone feeling here at the moment. We've had people coming in board shorts and wetsuits, I've said multiple times, they're in tears, trying to figure out what is going on still, obviously what's unfolded over those few hours ago. And if you can still hear, there's a helicopter overhead. We've got state emergency services, we've got police cars behind me, because the whole beach is still an exclusion zone, and it will be for an extended period of time. As we've spoken to police contacts on the ground just before, they said there is a suspected IED that they have found under the bridge, and that is the operation that is underway at this point in time. So obviously you can understand it's an ongoing situation full of emotion. You've got people coming up trying to find out what's going on while the police are trying to kick everyone out. It is quite heated at some points, trying to keep these roads clear, but it's just so shocking for everyone at this point in time, trying to come to terms with the calamity of what has occurred here on this beach this afternoon. Michael?
Thank you, Sam. I think it's fair to say that Australia is deeply shocked as well. It's resonated far beyond the sands of Bondi Beach right now. I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are tuning in just in absolute disbelief that this has happened on the scale that it has. And then, in that afternoon light, we understand 2 gunmen at this stage, but we're not too sure what other connections there are, have walked down onto Bondi Beach, onto those concrete overpasses connecting Campbell Parade to the green area, which then goes down to the beach, but they've stood at those high points and used those weapons and fired at people in the crowd. One of the witnesses was the New South Wales opposition leader, Kelly Sloan. She's only been in the job for a few weeks. Some of you around the country might know her from being on television for many, many years as well as a presenter and journalist. And she was down, because that is her electorate in Sydney as well, in the seat of Vaucluse, and she was helping many of the people celebrate, many of her Jewish constituents helped celebrate the first night of Hanukkah, this festival of light, an amazing event that has just been completely and permanently tarnished in this community. But we do have a quick, I'm looking down at my phone because I'm getting lots of messages as well, because we're standing by, this is from my police contact just saying that the police press conference, which we were expecting in 7 minutes, may be a minute or two late, but we'll play that. But I was mentioning Kelly Sloan. She spoke to Chris Reason a little earlier as a first-hand eyewitness as well. Let's just have a listen to Kelly as well.
Well, when I arrived here this afternoon, it was still unfolding. There were still gunshots. I had been at a neighbouring event where I got bundled into a community ambulance, and the driver was communicating with one of his colleagues who had been shot. And the ambulance tore down here. We parked under that bridge.
Under the bridge where the shooter was?
There was a kid under there, a little boy and his dad, and I got them into the car, and then I went in and I tried to help people, and it was carnage, Chris. It was a devastating scene, and I have to say I'm in a lot of shock. And I'm angry because this was not just an attack on our Jewish community here. It wasn't just an attack on the Bondi community. It's an attack on our country and our way of life here. And it is still unfolding. We don't know how many people have died tonight, how many people have been injured, but this is a community, the Bondi community is going to need everyone's support, everyone's arms around them. And I just can't believe it's happened.
No, none of us can right now, and Kelly is absolutely right. This is an attack on Australia, not just Bondi Beach. Sam Payne is also down at Bondi Beach because we're trying to get a clearer picture of who these gunmen are. Sam, you have a witness who saw one of them, I understand. Is that right?
Michael, yes, Cassius was actually there at the time. Cassius, tell me what you saw.
So I was just driving down in my car, my Kluger, just to come pick up my mate, see if he was all right. And then I could just see everyone running up the hill, running up the hill, and I just didn't know what was going on. I saw people falling over, and I felt like I could hear noise like fireworks, like crackers going off. Then when everyone was running, I could know what was happening. It was gunmen, shotguns going off, and it was probably going on for about 10 minutes. I got out of my car, parked it, got everyone to safety, to the icebergs and everything like that. And then I came running down to see if my mate was okay. He's just living on the Campbell Braid. And while I was running down, I saw like casualties everywhere, victims. And it's just really sad to see in Bondi. And I just hope all the families are all okay and everyone stays safe tonight. Because yeah, it's very devastating to see this happen and unfold.
Thank you for your time, Cassius.
Yeah.
And obviously there's a lot of accounts, Michael. Thousands of people were on the beach. And how was that experience seeing, was everyone running away?
Everyone was running away. I saw old ladies be pushed over because in the charge and that, had their heads bleeding and stuff like that. And it's just really not what you want to see on a Sunday. And I just hope the police catch these animals because, if you go in and do that to families on a Sunday, you deserve to burn in hell. You don't deserve to live, and it's not the Australian way. We don't do that. We don't do that in Australia. So I just hope everyone's all okay, and I hope the police do their job tonight and do what they need to do.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, Cassius. And as we've seen all night, Michael, emotions are very high. It's obviously a very tense situation. It's still ongoing. And individuals like Cassius, 22, 23 years old, witnessed this, and they're still walking around dealing with this, decompressing with this ongoing situation.
It'll take a long time to try and understand this situation, Sam, but it was a very sort of brave eyewitness account that you just had there from Cassius, and he's one of many that witnessed this all happening. These gunmen made no attempt to hide. They were out in the open, only using the bridges as cover every now and then before they could pick off people that they were targeting down there. We have a lot of new material coming into the newsroom right now, and another example of, another angle, in fact, of acts of heroism on one of the other shooters. And I know that we're going to be very keen to hear from police, because I know we've been reporting 2 shooters. In some of the vision, it looks like there could be a third one as well, in a different form of clothing or a different identity of a man. But everyone had their phone out down there capturing it, which is going to be crucial to the police investigation, the very long police investigation after this as well. That's vision of at least 2 of the shooters on the bridge. You can see them moving to the other side. They were shooting in what was then probably a northerly direction, judging by the location of the land there and just knowing the beach area. That is toward a grassed area where a lot of activities happen that isn't down on the sand. And we understand that's where perhaps many of the Jewish families and friends were gathering for this first night of Hanukkah. That is vision there of them moving to the side. In some of the other vision that we're seeing, one of those gunmen was tackled by a citizen out of nowhere as well. So I would not be surprised to learn very shortly that there are more people. This is one of those incredible acts of heroism as well. That man in the white shirt, who's a citizen, who jumped one of the gunmen from behind, grabbed his weapon, turned it back on him, had him on the ground briefly, shouting at him, no doubt, too far away from us to hear, and then keeping his own gun pointed at him as he scampers away. Serena Andaloro, another reporters, is there, has another witness. Serena, do you want to take it away for the moment?
Michael, good evening. Festival of Light here, but it is one of our darkest days. One light that we have been stumbling upon in the back streets of Bondi here are some of the heroes that have helped, and Wias has only been here 1 month, but he was on scene straight away. Wias, talk us through what you saw and what happened.
Today, it's the one day I am shocked. I go for the beach for the tent. I look 2 men. He come, seen through everything, munition.
He had ammunition.
Munition, yep. 1 sniper, very big, and bam, he shoot, 1, 2, and 1 moment he visit me. I go after 1 car. I say this. I look, I listen. Bah.
So you were hiding behind a car?
Exactly.
Yep.
After I look, 1 mother with you. This in English, what did you say?
She was pregnant like me.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And this mother, he say, the respiration.
Yep.
At this, I think you're dead. It's this. Me, I say, what? I am here for you.
This must have been really overwhelming for you.
Sorry?
Must have been a lot of emotions for you.
Yes, sorry, but I am shocked. Today, my mission is help for the woman and very, very help everything. I look the mother. He say me, please drink water, please one water. He say me this. I say yes, no problem.
It sounded like you did an incredible job helping, and you do seem like you're still in shock.
Yes.
Thank you for talking to us. We're going to continue walking through the streets and trying to find more people who were there and who have seen what happened, the terrible scenes that have unfolded tonight, guys.
Thank you so much, Serena. I mean, as we know, that area, an absolute magnet for young backpackers and that as well. And what a terrible thing for that young gentleman to have had to witness down there at the beach along with everybody else. We are standing by to hear from the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, Senior New South Wales Police, no doubt the Commissioner, Mel Lanyon, to give us an update. I just got told from one of the police, senior police sources saying, look, we're getting new information, just give us a minute or two. They want to come to us with the very latest and we'll go live with that. As we keep on, now, this is new vision that's just in. Let's have a look at this. This is some other citizens from one of those bridges who have one of the gunmen. You can see one of the police starting to approach. We blurred part of it because it's graphic. Other police racing in. Now look at the back there. Another local gets on in, throws a few punches and kicks at that man who started to throw his hands in the air. We believe he's one of the gunmen, one of the attackers. We are desperately trying to confirm that as well, but he's definitely been targeted. He's been identified by locals there as having been involved in the shooting. Police then have brought him down to the ground with initial help from locals who also raced in to try and help as best they could. Another angle on the acts of heroes down there at Bondi Beach this afternoon. The good balancing out the absolute bad and the absolute worst, trying to help police And you can hear all the sirens in the background, the commotion going on down there. So that is another angle there of people rushing in to do the right thing to try and pin down one of the people we believe to be one of the attackers, and that's the start of that vision there. You could hear the gunshot still going on as well, but throwing his arms in the air at one stage, turning one way, then looking the other. That policeman there has his weapon raised, so he's got it trained right on him, and then from the back stairs there, other people coming in to help the police, which is quite extraordinary. We're going to see more angles in all of this, I've got no doubt about it, but that does give us some light on what is an incredibly dark day that people have raced on in to help as best they could and been selfless in this moment of absolute tragedy. Hugh Whitfeld's at the desk with me as well as we still keep looking at this vision. Hugh, you're scanning, you're finding new reaction and new information and a bit of context for us here.
Yeah, Michael, initially just looking at that video, they are general duties police officers. They are beat cops who are down on a Sunday afternoon at Bondi Beach, managing crowds, maybe watching alcohol consumption, just making sure that everyone's feeling okay and having a pleasant afternoon at our iconic Bondi Beach. And they've been forced to deal with what is a horrifying situation, not just for locals there, but for all of those police who have responded.
It sadly reminds us of the Bondi Junction stabbing as well, doesn't it, where local police just raced in as best they could. There's no specialists in the area immediately in an event like this. It's down to those cops on the beat to do the best they can right then and there.
And when those, often very young cops who are out on the beat on a Sunday afternoon because they're the ones who take those sort of shifts, they will be living with what has taken place today forevermore. But those general duty police officers very quickly, as we've seen from the pictures, backed up by specialist police who have flooded into that Bondi Beach zone over the 10-20 minutes that followed to help take down or at least detain those gunmen and then render assistance to those many, many people who have been injured. Now, Michael, it is the first night of Hanukkah tonight. It is the Jewish Festival of Light. It is essentially Jewish Christmas, one of the key festivals on the Jewish calendar. Normally goes for 8 days. Tonight is night one, celebrating miracles and hope. There were events planned across Sydney, across Australia, but also in Melbourne, where Hanukkah events have been cancelled in Melbourne, following on from what we are seeing in Bondi tonight, an event in Caulfield and Fed Square.
You've got that detail there, haven't you? Caulfield and Fed Square called off as well, out of precaution.
Precaution and concern, and no doubt they worry about friends and people they know up here in Sydney. The other key thing about what we're seeing tonight is that tomorrow, Michael, is 11 years since the Lindt Cafe. And it's probably the last time that Sydney was caught up in a terrible terror-style event. We're not using that word yet in these circumstances, but the hallmarks are certainly there, and it will be a key part of the police investigation going forward. We know the impact that something like Lindt had on this city. We still feel it today, and we will still be feeling the impact of what has happened in Bondi tonight for many, many years to come. I've covered a lot of terror attacks around the world, about 25, and I can tell you when they happen in your hometown, as they did in London after I covered Paris and Brussels and all sorts of things around the world, it hurts. It really hits home. And for families who have been at Bondi today, who have gone home and are watching this tonight, they will be deeply concerned about what we've seen.
It's interesting as you're talking, Hugh, too, the police, and we'll get this on the screen in a short few minutes, have actually set up a special link, believe it or not, so that all of this vision from eyewitnesses can come straight through to them as well, because it is an incredible resource of what has happened this afternoon.
It is so crucial, and we see that with police officers around the world as we stand by for that press conference, Michael. We all have a phone now, and we are eyewitnesses to events like this, and people pull out their phones. And I guess for some people it might feel like people are being voyeuristic, but those crucial bits of video will be so important to the investigation going forward, because you're not just relying on eyewitness accounts, but you've got real-time video of what went down.
Well, it's citizen journalism, and it's all helping. We've seen it in major events where every frame of those vision helps people, the police, piece together in the weeks and months ahead about exactly how it all shook down. You're seeing on shot there, this is where the New South Wales Police Minister and we believe would be the New South Wales Police Commissioner will also be speaking to us shortly. But Chris Reason, as we look at this as well. Let's just bring you in as well. Hugh Whitfield's at the desk. Chris Reason, you're down at Bondi Beach, still collecting eyewitnesses. Bondi Beach, Chris, now a major crime scene.
It is, Michael. The shot you can see from my camera right now is ground zero of that crime scene. This is the forward command post. This is a staging area where police are now setting up their operations, and they will be set up there for days to come. We're seeing multiple senior officers come and go here, detectives as well as uniformed officers. There was speculation the police commissioner himself might come down here. He, of course, has to do that press conference first, and then he will want us to come and see this for himself. But this area now will be absolutely crucial, obviously, to everything that goes forward from this point. We're seeing, and I have seen, dozens, at least 100 police come and go from that area right now. Just up from here was the triage area where the ambulances were based, and we could see earlier, basically running back and forth, stretchers from victims going back to those ambulances and being raced off to hospitals. But this is where the investigation will be centred now for the next couple of days, and you can see the lighting in there. They'll be going over every single inch of that area, looking for every bullet casing, every place where a victim might have fallen. All of the evidence and clues they can completely reconstruct exactly down to the second what took place this afternoon. What you can't see out of shot on my left-hand shoulder is the bridge, and you've seen all of those images, and you've been showing those images from social media now. The bridge where the gunman stood and took those shots down to where behind me the Hanukkah festival was taking place. Now, we're also being told that any time now, if not already, the New South Wales coroner will be making an appearance down here to take control of this situation, to investigate for themselves. That process of piecing together exactly what took place. So many questions about what took place this afternoon that not only will the city and the country be looking for answers to, Michael, but also the world. Who were the people behind this? What were their motivations? Why did it happen? The police response as well. We've seen some heroic moments there, as you've been completely recording from this afternoon, to put together all of those moments, because at the end of the day, months away I know, but at the end of the day, this will come before a coroner to exactly work out what took place.
Well, that's a few steps down the track, but you're right about that, Chris, and you've got, every bit of forensic evidence collected from that scene, including all of the vision that we've been talking about on air, which is going to these, you'll be able to send that to a special police link, which we'll put on the screen shortly. But, I can't help but imagine right now the contrasting scene from where you are, which is deep shock and calm, to our hospitals across Sydney that are absolutely in triage and life-saving mode. Those incredible medical staff who will be working furiously. There's some of the vision that we've been seeing, and police officers racing in to help. Ambulance after ambulance, some of them even driven by police officers to let the ambulance officers in the back of the van keep working on patients. Our ambulances right now will be, no doubt, controlled, but chaotic scenes in absolute life-saving mode of trying to save as many people as possible from the gunshot wounds of what look like incredibly lethal, high-caliber weapons as well. I just have to pause and think right now about those incredible doctors and nurses and medical support staff who are doing their absolute best to save lives, and very, very mindful that in amongst all those victims, we believe up to 16, and 2 very seriously wounded police officers, there is a child at the Children's Hospital in Sydney as well, who the specialist staff there will be working on that child to try and save that child's life as well, caught up in this massacre. So 2 contrasting scenes from where Chris is down at the beach, which is starting to calm a little, and all the eyewitnesses just trying to wrestle with the atrocity that they have witnessed this afternoon, to our medical teams in those hospitals working flat out to save lives right now. An update you can see in the corner of the screen there with the 2 flags and the billboard is the government office where The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns will arrive shortly with the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon, and no doubt some specialist support staff as well. The word I just got a minute ago or so, because they were due to do this about 10 minutes ago, because it is so fast moving, particularly in regard to the identities of the gunmen, which is floating out there on social media, and we are not going to be doing that right now and giving them to you. We will wait until police confirm everything in this circumstance, because it serves no one any good at all to speculate on that. But we know full well that the police will have a very good idea of who's behind this, whether or not they were on watch lists, whether or not they had licences for weapons, whether or not those weapons were, you know, sourced legally or illegally. You can guarantee, can't you, Hugh Whitfield, we've been covering terrorist acts around the world, but you do know that very sadly some of these people are at times on watch lists, and if they're not, then we've got a really awful act of local terrorism on our hands.
Well, we know there are guns on the streets in Sydney because we've seen public place shootings for many, many years now, but in the last couple of months they really have escalated in various parts of the city, and they have become a very big concern for New South Wales Police. So people can get their hands on guns illegally and legally. We don't know what these two gunmen, how they got hold of these weapons, but...
Well, I don't think this is the circumstance, but quite extraordinarily, Hugh, we reported, in fact the story was carried nationally, 3D printing of some weapons is now a thing. So even if they can't import them illegally,
they can just make
them
themselves
in a factory or a backyard somewhere in the suburbs.
And so for police to manage to try and manage a cache of weapons that have no serial numbers, no history, they don't know where they've come from, it is almost impossible for police to get on top of something like this. Michael, just going back to what we were saying earlier about the situation in Victoria. Victoria Police are saying that they, as a precaution, they are immediately deploying additional resources to the Caulfield and broader Glen Ira areas. Now, they are areas of Melbourne with a very strong Jewish community. They say they are doing that to provide reassurance to the local Jewish community there. They stress, though, that there is no threat known locally. However, they understand the fear and concern Jewish people will be feeling at this time. Those Hanukkah celebrations at Caulfield Racecourse and Fed Square have tonight ended
Hugh, let me just
early.
interrupt you briefly. This is the suburb of Bonnyrigg, I understand. I'll get that double confirmed, but I'm being told in my ear it's Bonnyrigg in Western Sydney, where over the last 45 minutes or so there have been a series of raids. Locals are reporting that there were gunshots fired as well. That we have it confirmed now. I mentioned earlier that the police reaction was swift and widespread, well beyond Bondi Beach into the suburbs of Sydney, and this is one of those scenes right now. This, I believe, because of this police activity, is why that the police press conference and the Premier's press conference is pushed back a little. They're still gleaming information from this particular raid. I understand other raids as well, and confirming as part of this and part of what we're going to hear in just a few minutes as well, let me clarify about the number of gunmen, because the vision's a little hard to understand how many there are. Officially, police are telling us that there are 2 gunmen. Now, their status, we were told that 2 of them were arrested. We'll get this confirmed in a few minutes as well. So let's rely when we hear from the Premier and the Police Commissioner on what they say first. But their statement publicly is just a little pushback because of what you're witnessing on your screen now. Live shot, Bonnyrigg in Western Sydney, a raid on a property and or home, and cars sealed off in those areas as well. Hugh, hold the line there at the desk with me for a minute. I want to go to Serena Andaloro. There are a number of triage centres set up down on the beach and in the parklands area from Campbell Parade and in and around there. Serena, you've been looking in and around there, and I think North Bondi RSL was one of those locations. Is that where you are?
Yeah, it's a triage centre of sorts. We're hearing from witnesses who are coming out of the North Bondi Surf Club, where there are support services, mental health support services. I'm here with Rotem. Hey, thank you so much for your time. Tell me what's happening inside.
Right now?
Yep.
Just debriefing, just the fellas who came to help. So they're doing debriefing like with therapists and police and everything to clear it all.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
There'll be a lot to unpack. It's a lot to unravel.
Yeah, I guess most of the people here didn't really see these kind of things in the past, so they would probably need a lot to process and some help.
And you rushed in to help people. Why did you do that? What inspired you?
I have some background. I'm some kind of assistant medic from back home, so I saw everything happening, so I just ran here and tried to help because I knew they probably would need some help, and because it's a big thing.
And this is really close to your heart because you're from Israel.
Yeah. I'm honestly not even sure like who was hurt. I have no clue, so we'll figure out later. But yeah, that's my community.
And Rotem, what were you confronted with? What did you see?
Pretty much everything. Like the bodies and the injured fellas and everything. Just try to help as much as I can.
How would you describe the scenes that we've been confronted with tonight?
Hectic. It was pretty hectic, yeah.
And inside, what kinds of discussions are you having?
Not something too deep. Just like if someone needs help or anything, just to talk about it, and we'll talk about it tomorrow and see what's going on.
I've seen heavily armed officers come out of this building as well. Police also part of that debriefing process?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet because we didn't really do anything yet, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your input. Thanks so much for your time.
worries.
I'll let you get back to it. I know you're very eager to get in there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Serena, for that. Obviously, extra poignancy for that gentleman being an Israeli as well on this first night of Hanukkah, and we believe that Jewish families were particularly targeted down there. Police will confirm that in a minute. Let me just check the clock. That's been pushed back a little. Police and the New South Wales Premier will talk to us in 12 minutes, and we'll carry that with you live. If you're just joining us now from all corners of Australia, confirming tragically that 10 people have been killed in this Bondi Beach massacre. Up to 16 people have been critically wounded, including 2 police officers and a series of hospitals, 6 or 7 hospitals across Sydney, including the Children's Hospital, because there is a child who has been shot or injured in all of this as well. Those hospitals are frantically now trying to save lives. We saw briefly there that there have also been raids happening some distance from Bondi Beach in Sydney's suburbs, the area of Bonnyrigg in particular. And they have been swift, and we're hearing reports of gunfire in that area as well. We'll have police and the Premier confirm that in just 10 or 11 minutes' time, and we'll bring that to you live. Our reporters are out covering every angle, but Sam Payne has been speaking with witnesses, caught up with one of the tourists there. As we know, Bondi Beach, a mecca for tourists who come to Australia. He told Sam that he took shelter when he saw the gunman open fire.
I was on FaceTime with my family from back home. I was just going to go show them the kind of the view from because they haven't seen that. And then I just heard fireworks go off, and I was like, it's a bit weird because it's daylight. And then as I opened the blinds, I just saw a guy on top of a white car just letting off shots. Hit an older woman on the right-hand side and hit a guy on the left-hand side. The girl was very badly injured, and the guy seemed to be also in critical condition. But I saw everyone running towards my apartment block. So I told my family I didn't know what to do. So parents were just saying, like, just screaming on the phone, take cover, take cover, take cover. So I sort of ran, locked my door, ran to my bedroom, shut the blinds, went to my wardrobe and just hid in the wardrobe.
Yeah, one of the incredible eyewitnesses who not only, I mean, many of them didn't only just see, but they stepped in and they tried to help as best they could, or they helped shield other people as well. We heard that first-hand account from the New South Wales opposition leader, the former TV presenter Kelly Sloan, who she was down there with her constituents, and she helped a number of people, including a child, under a bridge. And these incredible scenes right now, that Bondi Beach hero in the white shirt, another person helping him, who tackled one of the gunmen, then wrestled his weapon away from him, held the gunman's own gun at him to make him, back up, to cower away. Then we see that citizen down there just gently try and wave to get some attention, put the rifle down against the palm tree there, as the other gunman sort of leans on the lamp hole there and tries to find support wherever he can. Someone else comes out and throws something at him. Well, I understand we also have some fresh vision or new vision in too. This is one of the people who raced in to try and help. Is it that same man? I'm trying to confirm that right now. I don't want to speculate that on right now. Obviously, we are blurring much of the graphic material at the moment because the injuries have been beyond horrific. These are large calibre weapons that have been used today to inflict the most amount of pain and hurt. We understand this is one of the men who tried to step in as well and help. We'll confirm that as it goes on. But boy, I'd like to hear this man's story here. An absolutely selfless act who stepped in to do the best he could, and he did. How many more lives did this man save? We'll try and work that out in the hours and days to come. I'm sure police will say that he saved many, many more because he was able to disarm that gunman and take his weapon away from him, point it at him. Not only take it away from him, but point it at him to get him into retreat, then waving for attention and help to try and say, look, I've got the gun here, we've got this man, someone else come in and help. Just out of shot here, though, the accomplice of this gunman who's retreating is firing from the overhead pass. There it is right now. You can see the smoke from his weapon as he continues to fire shot after shot into the crowd and probably back toward that hero who disarmed his accomplice in this absolutely heinous act. And he ducks down. Police are firing at him. He ducks down a few times behind that concrete overpass. Then there's the still image afterwards that we've been circulating as well of his face, and that has been distributed widely. Jackie Robson standing by in our London office. There's been the Bondi rig raid. We're looking at a lot of local reaction. Jackie, just very briefly, you're getting reaction obviously out of Israel and Europe right now.
Oh, absolutely, Michael. It is dominating news channels here in the UK and across the world. One of the big tabloids, The Sun, has put up that still image of that man who tackles the gunman with heroic act as the title there. But no doubt there has been a lot of reaction coming out of Israel. The president there has spoken about this being a vile act by terrorists and has even linked it to Australia recognising Palestinian statehood. He said there has been a wave of anti-Semitism across Australia and now it is coming home to roost. Obviously a lot of anger in Israel at the moment. Some of the Conservative ministers have also pointed blame as this situation unfolds. But Australians in Israel too, I've been seeing, have expressed grief and shock about what has happened. During my time in Israel, I heard from Australians who say they moved to Israel fearing for their safety in Australia. They had been worried about the rising anti-Semitism there. But of course, this is all unfolding. People are waking up here in Europe to this shocking news. It is dominating headlines here. We've had the UK Prime Minister express condolences. Sir Keir Starmer unfortunately had a timed message for this Jewish festival, and that came about an hour after this shooting happened, and that caused quite a lot of backlash. He has since put out a message expressing condolences and thoughts with those of the Jewish community in Australia, and this is just continuing to develop in Australia, of course, and overseas here too, Michael.
All right, Jackie, thank you from our London desk. We appreciate that. Obviously, the activity is still very, very fast here. Let's go to some live shots now back at Bondi Rig in Western Sydney, where there have been a series of raids over the last 45 minutes, reports of gunshots fired. This is in direct connection to the Bondi Beach massacre. As I mentioned earlier, Hugh Whitfield, you might want to chime in on this as well, who's at the desk with me, that the police clearly know identities. We've seen vision, which we're not broadcasting, of driver licence IDs. The names of the two gunmen are being distributed widely on social media, which we're not going to repeat at this stage, but police clearly know who they're targeting here, and they've been conducting these raids. This is some distance, obviously, from Bondi Beach if you don't live in Sydney, but they have gone with a huge police presence to that area as well. And just reminding you all as well that in the corner of the screen there, you can see the press conference room where in 5 minutes we'll get the official update from the New South Wales Police hierarchy and the New South Wales Premier, Hugh Whitfield. Obviously a lot of international reaction, but our focus right now remains on the very swift reaction in and around Sydney to this horrendous massacre in which 10 people have been killed, but we're being warned by police that this toll will increase.
Yeah, so Michael, obviously when something like this happens, there are multiple parts of a police investigation. There's not just dealing with the incident on the ground at Bondi, but they very quickly need to work backwards. Who are these people? Identify them and then work out what was their path to Bondi from wherever they've come from, go back to their where they've come from, and then try and find other people. Try and find who knew what, whether there were accomplices, whether there were other people who were part of this
the level of planning,
operation. Exactly, the planning, the motives, and what other danger there may be.
Greg,
now,
you can't see anything,
Bonnie
it's
Rig
too dark.
is about 35 k's west of Bondi. It can take you anywhere up to an hour to get there from Bondi. West of Cabramatta, southwest of Parramatta, and just south of to the south of Blacktown and near Liverpool. So for our viewers around Australia, Western Sydney heartland, about a good hour's drive from Bondi. So if these addresses that we believe they are connected to what has gone down in Bondi today, the search will be on who knew what at those addresses and whether or not they may be connected in some way.
Significantly too, Hugh, just pointing out in the vision there, 2 Jewish liaison officers as part of the emergency response down at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, so at this Hanukkah by the Sea event at Bondi today, the Jewish community had their own paramedics and security on standby, and often outside synagogues around Australia and Jewish schools, there are Jewish community security, or they'll have paramedics at events, and there were some of those personnel at this event today. Now, some people say it's overreach by the Jewish community to have their own emergency services on standby across the city to look after their own community. On a day like today, it would appear that they were definitely needed.
Absolutely appropriate. Sadly, as it should be, but absolutely appropriate. And Hugh was just telling us all, in case you weren't listening at the time or you're just tuning in, that you may well find in your communities around Australia that there's been a very heavy extra police presence at various Hanukkah Jewish festivals tonight in all sorts of parts of Australia. Hugh, you were saying in Victoria some were cancelled.
Yeah, that's right. So there were a number of events taking place across Melbourne in particular, including Federation Square and the Caulfield Racecourse. Now, those events have ended early tonight, a decision that's been taken by the organisers. And Victoria Police are deploying additional resources, they say, to Caulfield, which is a very strong Jewish area, and the broader Glen Ira area as well. They say is an act of reassurance to the local Jewish community. Victoria Police says that additional resources are being deployed tonight as part of the Operations Trinity and Alliance, which have been run for some time as part of broader community safety efforts.
Hugh, thank you. I want to go back to Sam Payne, who's down at Bondi Beach, because as we've been reporting, among the critically injured are 2 police officers. Sam, you are with someone who helped one of the police officers, I understand?
I am. I'm with Abdullah, and he was driving. Abdullah, please talk to me through. So you've come across this injured police officer while the active shooter is around?
Yeah, I was just driving down Campbell Parade while I think there were active shooters on the bridge. So I turned into the parking. I saw there was an officer shot a couple of other people in the centre as well. Just parked my car. There were a couple of people helping the officer. I think someone from the surf club trying to wrap his gunshot wound. So I tried to help them, put pressure on the wounds. He was very brave. He was trying his best to stay conscious. And of course, he was on duty. So, yeah.
And you helped others, were others nearby as well in need?
Yeah. While there were 6-7 of us by that time who were trying to help the officer. So then someone came running from the centre saying there's someone else shot. And I told them, unfortunately, look, I'm not a medic or a doctor. So they said
you do have blood on your hands right now, obviously, because you've just been gone in without thinking, just going to assist this injured police officer and then obviously the other victims.
Yeah.
How are you going now?
I think I'm okay. I'm just happy that, people who are injured, that they're all going to be okay. But of course, it's tragic that a lot of people lost their lives as well. I think, of course, you process it a bit later, maybe whenever that happens. But yeah, look, I tried my best. I just wish I could have done more.
You're a hero, mate. You're a hero. Thank you for that.
No, mate. I'm not. Thank you.
It keeps happening like this, Michael. A lot of people in this situation all have their own story from this horrific afternoon.
Sam, they do. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to bring up now the shot of the press conference room. I think we just stay on this now because here comes the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, and police hierarchy with him. Let's just listen into this raw from the beginning, please.
I appreciate you all being here on a very distressing night in Sydney. At approximately 6:47 this evening, 2 individuals began firing on a crowded group of families on Bondi Beach at Archer Park. This cowardly act of terrifying violence is shocking and painful to see and represents some of our worst fears about terrorism in Sydney. I very sadly need to report that as of now, there are at least 12 individuals that have been killed. One of the offenders has also been killed and one is in custody. This attack was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying, evil attack. Commissioner Lanyon will speak about the investigation, the police response, as well as the designation of this attack as a terrorism event in Sydney. I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Mel?
Thank you, Premier. Good evening. Premier has outlined the brief circumstances this evening. I'll go through them again. They're more than happy to take some questions. About 6:47 p.m. this evening, police started to receive a number of reports of shots fired at Archer Park at Bondi. Archer Park is a grassed area just north of the Bondi Pavilion. Police responded promptly. Unfortunately, at least 12 people are deceased at this time. 29 people have been transported to various hospitals around the Sydney area, including 2 police officers. The condition of those officers and the other transported are serious, but there is a range of conditions. Our thoughts, prayers and love go to all the families and all of those that were involved tonight. We know that there were many people there to celebrate a happy occasion, the celebration of Hanukkah, and there was well over 1,000 people there when this took place. As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity. Section 6 allows us to investigate today's incident. There is a massive police response, and I think as journalists you have seen how quickly and promptly the police responded. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism of our police and emergency service responders. They have done a fantastic job. Unfortunately, it's only several years ago that Bondi occurred at Bondi Junction. We have learnt a lot from that, and tonight ambulance and police and other emergency responders acted promptly and professionally to do a great job there. We will have a significant investigation. Our Counter-Terrorism Command will lead this investigation with investigators from the State Crime Command. No stone will be left unturned. This type of disgraceful activity, this wanton use of violence, the taking of innocent lives is unacceptable to New South Wales. It's not our way of life. I've been very clear since I've been the Commissioner that as a police force, we won't stand for this type of violence. I'm personally offended. You have seen that the police have already taken prompt action. The Premier has mentioned one of the offenders is deceased, the second one is in serious condition at hospital. We will focus to ensure that there is no further threat to the public. Could I ask, but this is a time of calm. This is a time where I want to make sure that there is no retribution. The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask for calm in the community? Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on. Thank you. I'll hand over to the Minister and then happy to take questions. Sorry.
Do we have an age range of the victims? I've got 6 early days, but of those deceased?
No, very early, sir. I don't have those details at the moment. As you can imagine, there has been a fair dislocation. The ambulance service responded brilliantly. They've had to convey people right around the city to numerous hospitals. So at this stage, we don't have those details.
Commissioner, there's the 12 people.
Sorry, can I also ask one at a time? Sorry.
Commissioner, do you have any intelligence about the two shooters?
We're working through that at the moment. Obviously, part of the declaration is because I have information about the deceased shooter. It's not something I'm prepared to give at the moment. It will be part of the investigation, but we will work tirelessly through our counter-terrorism command to make sure we investigate all of the circumstances.
Commissioner, the 12 people that are deceased, do they include the gunman that is deceased, or is the gunman additional to that 12?
We've set up to 12 deceased at the moment. This is a really fluid situation. I would like to provide more certainty. But certainly the numbers that we are talking at the moment include the gunman.
Were any children among the deceased?
At this stage, I don't believe so. However, I do believe that a child was transported to hospital. Again, I don't want to give information that turns out to be incorrect. It is very early. We know that there has been a number of people turn up to hospital. We've had 29 others transported, and we know people are still turning up there.
What gives you reason to think there might be a third gun person around?
Unfortunately, in these sort of circumstances, we get information from a range of areas. We tend to be as safe as we possibly can so that we know that we have 2 definite offenders, but we want to make sure the community is safe. So we will run down this investigation. The reason that we have so many investigators out tonight is we can make sure that that happens. The fact that we've declared this as a terrorist incident, we've provided special powers, is to make sure that we prevent any further. I cannot confirm there is a third offender, but I want to make sure there's no stone left unturned.
Some news outlets are reporting a home in Bonnie is being raided. Can you confirm that?
No, I'm well aware on social media that an identity of a person believed to be one of the gunmen has been circulated there. When I ask for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to do their duty. So police are responding to make sure that all of the community is safe. That is our role.
What can you tell us about public order rights, squad officers raiding homes? Is that happening right now?
What I'd say to you is that we have police right around the city at the moment to make sure that all of the community is safe. I don't want to go into too much specific activity. Our job is to respond to intelligence we get, respond to information, but make sure the community is safe. So unashamedly, we do have a lot of public order and rights squad and other police out on the streets at the moment to make sure there is calm. This disgraceful act will not go unpunished. Sorry.
So, given it was a Hanukkah event, first night of Hanukkah, were there any additional police resources around the Bondi area or Dover Heights in case there was any problems?
There certainly were police patrolling that area. We were well aware and we worked closely with the Jewish community in terms of Hanukkah. The Jewish community has its own security group that we work very closely with, so there were police present. The fact there was such prompt action taken demonstrates the police were present.
What about an active threat tonight?
Sorry?
Is there still an active threat?
No, what I've said before is that we were aware definitely of 2 offenders at the moment. One of those is deceased, one is in hospital at the moment. We want to investigate thoroughly so that if there is a third offender or any other people are linked to this matter, we will investigate them and take action against them.
What intelligence do you have about this third person? Was he there with a gun? Is he outside of the area? What intelligence do you have? I think people need calm and worry that there's someone on the run still.
It's way too early to give that information. The community can be very reassured that the police responded quickly. The police have responded in numbers. We have a significant investigation underway at the moment. We will be following all people linked to those gunmen that we know, and we'll take action to keep the community safe. The community can rest assured that the police will take positive action to keep them safe.
What weapons were used and were they sourced illegally? And what can you tell us about the improvised explosive device found under the bridge?
It's way too early to give any description of the firearms other than to say that they were long arms. Where they came from, their background, how they came to be in possession of the offenders, it's too early to say. As part of the investigation and shortly after the shooting occurred, police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
What is the latest on that?
It's still underway at the moment.
Were any of these devices or?
It's too early to say that. As I said, we've got our rescue and bomb disposal unit there. They will take the appropriate action. They're experts in their field.
Were either of the two individuals deceased and the one in custody known to authorities before this evening?
Only little on the offender that's deceased at the moment. I won't go into their background. That's obviously part of the investigation. Certainly form part of my consideration as whether to consider this to be a terrororist event.
Because of what?
The gunmen licensed to hold firearms, and do we know whether they were known to ASIO or New South Wales Police?
It's too early in that investigation.
Why did you declare it a terrorist attack?
There was a range of circumstances. Obviously, the fact that it's the first day of Hanukkah, the types of weapons, the offenders, some of the other items we found at the scene. As I said, we have found an improvised explosive device in a car which is linked to the deceased offender. So there's a range of circumstances, and obviously the Jewish community has a right to feel safe. We will take serious action.
Commissioner, you knew about the gunman that was deceased. How did you miss this attack? No.
I don't even think that's a reasonable question. What I said is that we are aware of the person. That does not mean there was any specific threat posed by that person. If the police had had intelligence that there was a risk to the community or to this event, we would have taken significant action. This is a tragic event. This is not the time to be pointing the finger. There will be a thorough investigation. My main focus is to make sure that the community feels safe and know that the police are there to support them and keep them safe.
Commissioner, how can two people with guns, improvised explosive devices in a car, organise something like this, potentially with a third person, and police do not know that it's coming?
I think if you think about the size of the community, our police do a fantastic job. Day in, day out, you see the work that we do to prevent crimes happening. We need intelligence to actually do that. As I said, the person that we know has very, very little knowledge to the police. So he's not someone that we would have automatically been looking at this time.
What can you tell us about the two injured police officers? Do you have their ranks? Has anyone been able to speak to them?
I wouldn't want to provide those details at the moment. We've obviously got next of kin coming down. Their loved ones will be with them. I want to make sure that they have some time in peace before we do. It's too early to provide that information.
Do you have a condition report at all?
Serious, verging on critical, and both are in surgery.
Commissioner, I understand a rabbi was among those who have been killed. Can you confirm that?
I can't confirm that, sorry.
This might be one for the Premier. Have you spoken to the Prime Minister, and is there any indication the national terror threat level will be raised?
I have spoken to the Prime Minister. I'll leave that up to him to inform the public of. But he offered all the support to New South Wales, and we both reflected on how shocking and terrifying this evil attack was.
Premier, what would you say to people who are scared right now?
Look, I understand that. This is a shocking event. It's not common in Australia, and it's all the more shocking because of that. What I can say is that there will be a comprehensive police response. Anything New South Wales Police needs in terms of resources, we will provide them. If there's changes that need to be made, we will do that immediately. I mean, we need to be in a situation where we're sending a clear and unambiguous message to the Jewish community, in fact every Australian that lives in this state, that these horrible acts of violence will never be tolerated, and anyone who perpetrates them we will throw the book at. Anyone who's thinking about it will be thoroughly investigated. This is a terrible night for Sydney, but I think it's important to say we can't let these evil people divide Australia up. We need to be in a situation where, as shocking as this is, there are still wonderful people in the Bondi community right throughout New South Wales. That's what these terrorists want. They want Australians divided and at each other's throats, and we can't let that happen. In fact, we won't let that happen.
Premier, at least two people, potentially three, have worked together to organise a mass shooting event with shotguns at Bondi Beach. There's been IEDs in a car planted nearby. Further to what I asked the Commissioner, has there been a failure here? Has there been a failure in intelligence or policing?
Look, I mean, I think in the circumstances it's reasonable that both the government and the police conduct an investigation. There will be, of course, a full inquiry. But when you're looking at several hours after this horrifying event, it's important that police focus on community safety right now and ensuring that the immediate vicinity is locked down, that the public, those who've been injured, are transported to hospital, and that there's not an immediate ongoing threat. There'll be plenty of times for a thorough investigation.
By Nigel
To
Ryan,
the
the
Prime
Acting
Minister
Deputy
now speaking at
Commissioner
the same time.
for National Security for the AFP, and Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO. And we don't normally talk at confirmed meetings of the National Security Committee, but I think at this moment it is appropriate to tell Australians that the National Security Committee was convened as a matter of urgency, and we have just come from it. This afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism, that has struck the heart of our nation. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Amidst this vile act of violence and hate will emerge a moment of national unity, where Australians across the board will embrace their fellow Australians of Jewish faith at this dark moment for our nation. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge. The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen, and many have been injured. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. We have seen Australians today run towards danger in order to help others. These Australians are heroes, and their bravery has saved lives. As Prime Minister, I say on behalf of all Australians to the Jewish community, we stand with you, we embrace you, and we reaffirm tonight that you have every right to be proud of who you are and what you believe. You have the right to worship and study and live and work in peace and safety, and you enrich us as a nation. You should never have to endure the loss that you have suffered today. You should never know the fear that you know tonight. We will dedicate every resource required to making sure you are safe and protected. You are Australian, and all Australians are with you today and every day. My fellow Australians, I say tonight that there are nights that tear at our nation's soul. In this moment of darkness, we must be each other's light. Hold on to the true character of the country that we love. Australia is stronger than the cowards who attacked innocent people today. Australia is braver than those who seek to make us afraid. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done, and we will come through this together. I'd ask Acting Deputy Commissioner Ryan to make some comments, and then Director General Burgess.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Firstly, our thoughts go out to the families and communities that have been affected by this senseless attack today. The AFP stands next to the New South Wales Police and with ASIO in our joint counter-terrorism arrangements, and we'll put all resources we can, all our specialist powers, all our specialist resources towards ensuring that this matter is investigated as thoroughly as possible. In relation to the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, we have heard that there has been a declaration of a terrorist incident that will enable the AFP, along with ASIO and New South Wales Police, to use specialist powers in relation to this investigation. I don't wish to speculate in relation to any of the information that is currently known. This matter is ongoing. It is in its early stages, and we will continue to work with New South Wales Police to ensure that it's investigated as best as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks, PM. ASIO was also a member of the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, and our principal role at this stage is to support the police in their ongoing investigation. But at the same time, as is standard practice for us, we are looking at the identities of the attackers, and where that is known, we're looking to see if there's anyone in the community that has similar intent. It's important to stress at this point we have no indications to that fact, but that is something we have active investigations on. The national terrorism threat level remains at probable. I don't see that changing at this stage. Probable means there is a 50% chance of an act of terror, and unfortunately we've seen that horrific act occur tonight in Australia. Thank you.
A few questions. Charles?
Prime Minister, you've called this terror. Are you aware of any other terror threats at the moment, and what's your message to Jewish Australians who may not feel safe in Australia tonight?
My message to Jewish Australians is that your fellow Australians stand with you tonight in condemning this act of terror, in condemning this outrage. I've had a number of conversations with people tonight. One of the Jewish community leaders said to me that we know where anti-Semitism leads, that it leads to an attack on everyone, not just Jewish Australians. And this attack at Bondi Beach, of all places, a place of celebration, a place where people, particularly in Sydney, but from all over the world, come to enjoy each other's company, and to, in this case, at the Bondi Pavilion there. I'm very familiar with that pavilion. This senseless attack is one which is an act of terror. It is aimed at creating fear. But we will stand with the Jewish community and Jewish Australians at this time.
Prime Minister, in light of this attack, is the government going to move on any of the recommendations in the Special Envoy's report on anti-Semitism in Australia?
Yeah, we're continuing to work on all of those issues, including one of the things that you'll see is a request that had previously been made to be included in additional funding for security as well. And I know that it is, this is an incredibly tough time for the community to deal with this. It's important that they don't deal with it alone, that everyone stand with them at this time. And then we'll go fill in then.
Left unchecked, as you were just saying, anti-Semitism leads to terrorism and violence targeting the innocent. Your government has come under criticism in claiming that it has effectively responded to the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia since October 7, 2023. In September, your government recognised a Palestinian state. Your ministers have attacked the Israeli government. Senior ministers refused to visit the sites of the October 7 massacres, and you created a special Islamophobia envoy alongside an anti-Semitism envoy. Have you taken the threat of anti-Semitism seriously, and can you guarantee the safety of Jewish Australians?
Yes, we have taken it seriously, and we've continued to act. We've continued to work with Jewish community leaders. We've continued to take all the advice from the security agencies to put in place special measures, and we'll continue to do so. Phil?
For Mr Burgess, for Deputy Commissioner Ryan.
Yep.
Mr Burgess, you've been warning for a long time about the risk of this sort of attack. localised extremism. I think, were any of these people on your watch list? I think the New South Wales Commissioner just said they were aware of one of these characters that they were keeping an eye on him. Was he on either of your radar at all?
So it's too early to give you any more details, Phil, other than to say, like the New South Wales Police, one of these individuals was known to us, but not in an immediate threat perspective. So obviously we need to look into what happened here.
Mr Burgess, you mentioned that the chance of another attack is probable, or 50%. I'm just wondering, how does that mean that there is still a 1 in 2 chance of a follow-up attack? And does ASIO or the other security agencies take more precautions now that you've seen such a devastating attack?
So national terrorism threat level of probable means there's a 50% chance, so 1 in 2, of course. That doesn't mean to say there's a connection to an immediate attack following this one. That is subject to our ongoing investigation. We have no indications that that is the concern at this stage, but of course we will work 24/7 along with our police colleagues to make sure that is the case.
Mr Burgess, given that the events of earlier today, why can you sort of expand on your decision to leave the terrorist threat level at probable? And do you envisage that you will have further conversations about potentially adjusting the terrorism threat level in the coming days?
The national terrorism threat level is under constant review. One incident by itself does not necessarily raise the threat level at a national level, but we keep that under constant review.
Thank you. Okay, there's the head of the AFP, head of ASIO, and the Prime Minister there talking out of Canberra. Before that, you heard the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, speaking, and the New South Wales Commissioner, Mal Lanyon. So let's just recap. There's a lot of information in there. 12 people confirmed dead after a mass shooting targeting the Hanukkah celebrations at Bondi Beach. They're at Archer Park, which is a grassed area to the north. We are being told that 12 includes one of the gunmen as well. Now, according to the New South Wales Police Commissioner, one of the gunmen may have been known to police. You heard the ASIO chief stress that not in a threat capacity, but known. It's helped them lead very quickly to a lot of details, and they're not revealing them yet, which is entirely appropriate at this early time. 29 others have been confirmed as injured, including 2 police officers who were seriously hurt and the second shooter as well. All of the victims have been treated in a range of hospitals right across Sydney tonight with varying degrees of injuries. Now, the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon has declared this a terror attack. Special provisions, sections 5 and 6, have also been enacted. We'll describe them in just a minute and what they mean. We also had that confirmed by the Australian Federal Police, also the ASIO chief, who said that the national threat level and terror threat level remains as probable, which means a 50% chance of terrorist acts happening. But obviously very intense investigations underway tonight into who these gunmen are, how they're connected, what level of planning went into this. Of note, and there is some conjecture over this at the moment, but we did have it confirmed by New South Wales Police, that one vehicle belonging to one of the gunmen has been found on Campbell Parade, the famous street down there at Bondi Beach. IEDs, explosives, he said, have been found in that vehicle, and specialist teams are near that vehicle now, although there's a number of vehicles, we're being told, being searched down at Bondi Beach right now. The bomb squad on the scene, just in case. So officers going car to car, looking inside every vehicle just to make sure that there aren't other vehicles involved in all of that. And we've seen vision of police raiding homes across Sydney, particularly in the area of Bonnyrigg, related to one of the gunmen. That's vision of it there. That search continues, and a number of items are being scoured, retrieved from that scene, police tape in the area. That reaction was very swift, coming barely an hour and a half, 40 minutes after the attack down at Bondi Beach. So those raids are continuing. That would appear to be a secondary scene beyond, obviously, the enormous crime scene down at Bondi Beach. Of note, there was an emergency cabinet meeting in New South Wales, but of more serious note, the Prime Minister confirmed that there was a special convening of the National Security Committee, and they don't often talk about that publicly, they don't often reveal that publicly, but that happened almost immediately, which is why we saw the Australian Federal Police Chief and the ASIO Chief, Mike Burgess, side by side with the Prime Minister there. In his words, Anthony Albanese called it a targeted attack against the Jewish community,
and obviously a very dark moment for the nation, saying that we stand with all Jewish communities. And as Hugh Whitfield was telling us, Hugh, you're at the desk too. I know you're at a shop, but you might want to contribute to here as well, that there were a number of other Hanukkah festivals and ceremonies around Australia, particularly in Victoria, that were cancelled, extra police presence put on others around as well. There's going to be some analysis of this, isn't there, of what these sections mean, Section 5 and 6, that have been enacted under acts of terrorism?
So the Terrorist Act gives police wide-ranging stop and search powers. It means that they can go into properties without a warrant. It means that they can detain people, including suspects, for much longer than a normal person under arrest. They are extreme powers that police have to not just detain alleged or accused terrorists, but to make sure that they can hunt down other people that may be connected and to prevent further attacks. Now, the police, they're talking about the national threat level for terror being at probable, which is the mid-range, Michael, saying more than 50% chance. Above that is expected and certain, and below that is possible and not expected. It's been probable for some time, but anti-terror police, counter-terror police are now with a huge investigation before them here in New South Wales and at the AFP as well.
This vision is interesting, and it will be in the investigation too, Hugh, because we saw in the police press conference out of the New South Wales one at the very least that there was speculation of a third gunman. The Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon, still trying to say, look, there may be.
Yeah.
We're trying to work it out. This vision led us to believe earlier that there might have been a third because it looked different to what we'd seen in some of the other bouts of vision as well. But that's to be confirmed by police, and he was careful not to sort of over-speculate on that point.
Yeah, he said 2 definite offenders. One of them is among that 12 dead that we are told by the New South Wales Premier, and they are investigating the chance or the possibility, the plausibility potentially of a third offender. And that's where we're seeing that huge number of police operations taking place right across metropolitan Sydney right now.
Part of that other scene, there's one of the gunmen identified in one of the shots. He was hiding on top of the concrete bridge, ducking down beneath it at times, and then other times firing with what we've been described as long-arm weapons. The police not speculating on the size or source of them at this stage. This is an incredible moment, as we've been recapping, Hugh, of one of the heroes who stepped in, disarmed one of the gunmen. Worryingly, and we need to have this confirmed, because one of the other gunmen just out of shot was firing in this direction, it may well be that that hero's also been shot. We're trying to work that out. We saw some earlier vision as well. He did an incredible thing here, and the Prime Minister reflected on the acts of heroism as well.
Michael, what we have seen is not just acts like that tonight. Members of the public down at Bondi trying to take on these gunmen, but the response by normal people, civilians who have been enjoying a day at the beach, whether it's the Christmas party at the North Bondi Surf Club tonight, or whether it was people who are attending the Hanukkah by the Sea or having a drink on the grassy knoll at North Bondi, stepping in to try and save people's lives, carrying out CPR on people, trying to bandage people up. There are people turning up to hospitals tonight, Michael, in Sydney, with those people that they tried to treat on the ground, themselves covered in blood. There are people who have made a huge effort tonight as community members. The Premier and the Prime Minister speaking about the extreme acts of bravery that have taken place. Brave Australians really showing real spirit tonight.
They are, and Hugh, I reflected on this earlier, and it's worth recapping again. My thoughts are very deeply with all of those medical teams inside those range of hospitals, 6 or 7 hospitals that are now involved, and the amount of triage work, the amount of intense life-saving efforts underway to save, people who have been shot. These are weapons used in acts of war. The injuries they have received will be horrific. They'll be intense. Those hospitals are working overnight to make sure that the death toll doesn't rise. 12 at this stage, including one of the gunmen. 29 people have been confirmed as transported to hospital, but as you said, others may still have walked in afterwards, and people were kept down at Bondi Beach for some time in triage circumstances as well.
And some of those people who have been taken to hospital suffering from shock, they've been caught up in it, they're being counselled by social workers right now at those hospitals right across Sydney, even down to St George and and places like that. So every hospital has been put on alert, no doubt, across Sydney tonight, and staff, nurses and doctors brought in from across Sydney to work as well.
This is interesting, Hugh, because it just helps us fill in the picture of what is happening at Bondi Beach at this very moment as well. That's the New South Wales Riot Squad, one of their vehicles, public order and riot squads. Now, they're working with the bomb squad to make sure that there are no other vehicles down there that may have been left by the gunman. We had police confirm to us that one of the vehicles contains explosive devices. Serena, I think that vehicle's just, as Serena Andaluro reported, did that vehicle just go past you right now?
Yeah, it did, Michael. Police seem to be focusing their efforts on a car in the vicinity of the bridge. Of course, this investigation is still very much afoot. They've also been going what appears to be door-to-door on some of the cars in the car park just as a precaution. Of course, we're not sure what role that plays in the investigation, but certainly they're focusing their efforts as a police rescue van in the vicinity of the bridge where this terrible incident took place earlier today, and they're focusing their efforts on a car near there. Here's another police riot vehicle. Incredible amount of resources here on the ground.
Well, it is, Serena. Thank you. It's just worth going
well
to quickly to have a look at that because it helps fill in part of the picture. You know, we think of crime scenes sometimes as being, you know, within a certain perimeter. This entire beach tonight, given the scale of what we've seen down there and the scale of the massacre, is one enormous crime scene tonight. Small fragments collected down there, not only just all the visual material that's going to be collected by police, but the smallest of fragments down there will help fill in the picture of exactly what happened, who the gunmen were, the resources they used as well, the positions they were in, where they were targeting at the time. So one enormous crime scene there. We're seeing another potential crime scene in Bondi Beach in Sydney's western suburbs, where there have been raids on a property we understand linked to one of the gunmen, who we're told tonight was in a capacity known to New South Wales Police, possibly known to federal police as well, if I understood that press conference correct as well. Not in a threat level. That was said by the ASIO Chief Mike Burgess, not in a threat level, but known. So it helped identify the gunman in that circumstance and no doubt the other gunman, and is there a third, identify them very, very quickly, which led to these scenes of very quick raids in Sydney's western suburbs at Bondi Beach as well. So it moved very quickly from Bondi Beach and spread. And no doubt there will be other locations looked at overnight as well. Let's look at our team. Let's just do a recap and have a look at our team right across Sydney this evening covering this incident for us. Andrew Denny, Paul Caddack, Taylor Aitken, Serena Andaluro, Sam Payne. We also have our chief reporter Chris Reason in amongst the mix as well. I know he's been cordoned off slightly and he's looking at one of the crime scene areas. Our reporters, thank you all very, very much. Sam's been speaking to witnesses. Andrew's been at the hospital where we understand one of the children, or the child was taken to the Children's Hospital. Serena with witnesses. Taylor Aitken, I know you were listening into the press conference. Let's just go to you now. Paul Caddack's at Bondi Beach, I should mention too. Taylor Aitken, let's squeeze you up into a full frame picture and just have a chat to you because you were listening into the New South Wales Police press conference with the Premier as well. I think that I have summarised it mostly, but we had to go to the Prime Minister as well. So what else did we miss there?
Well, Michael, the Premier and the Police Commissioner looking to confirm as many details as they could, but also not wanting to speculate. The Police Commissioner confirming that this is unequivocally a terrorist attack. Terror has come to New South Wales, with the Premier echoing that sentiment, but also saying that the people of New South Wales are wrapping their arms around the Jewish community, and it is clear that this was a targeted attack. Many questions to the Police Commissioner about these two gunmen believed to be involved. Now, he would not speculate as to if there was a third gunman. Plenty of speculation online, and police are also reviewing those videos, but didn't want to alarm anyone in that vicinity, but says that that investigation is really only just beginning and that they will leave no stone unturned in trying to establish what happened here tonight. Now, the Police Commissioner saying saying that one of these men may have been known to police, but that he did not want to inflame tensions at all and wanted to make sure that police are allowed and left to do their job. Now, he did give a short update on the 2 police officers that were injured in this shooting. One is listed as serious, potentially critical. The other is also listed as serious. Both are in surgery. He was not prepared to give their rank or where they were located, but he did say that this event had extra police resources on the ground, but no one could have expected anything like this. Now, we do understand that at 9:36 this was declared a terrorist incident, and that does bring with it a number of extra powers for police to use. Let's hear from the Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon.
As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity.
The Premier did also speak about the bravery of that man who was witnessed on camera tackling one of the armed gunmen, removing that gun from his arms and then raising his hands up, trying to defuse this situation. Chris Minns calling him unequivocally a hero, also commenting on the fact that this was a targeted attack. This is the first night of Hanukkah, a target against Jewish Australians in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, saying that that New South Wales will be no place for this hatred. Here's a little of what he had to say earlier.
I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Mel?
So many still unanswered questions, but as the Premier and Police Commissioner said, there is just still so many unanswered questions and so little information to go on tonight, but a promise that no stone will be left unturned with this investigation, and that this investigation is really only just beginning.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. I tell you what, we do have some information on, which is really worth sharing with you now. We heard the Premier talk about it. Taylor referenced it. The hero that we're quite rightly calling him, the gentleman who raced into the scene to disarm one of the gunmen. We're just learning some details about him because he has been shot. Now, we are confident in saying that that is him. One of his relatives has just spoken to one of our reporters. We've got an interview coming in. We understand that this gentleman's name is Ahmed Al Ahmed. He's a 43-year-old married father of 2. And he raced in to help. We understand, apparently owns a fruit shop in Sutherland. No experience with guns. He was just walking past. We are told that he has 2 bullets in his arm, but they think he's going to be okay. And in the next hour or so, he is going to have surgery there as well. Just walking by, did his best to race on in and help. But in the process, has been shot as well, because we saw in some other vision that the other gunman was up at a higher point firing back in the hero's direction to try and save his accomplice. But he's been wounded in the process. So Ahmed Al-Ahmed, we believe him to be. An incredible act of bravery. We'll hear more about his story. I've got note about, there you go, you can see part of the scene there where another person seems to have been injured as well. Police behind that vehicle as the gunman there, near the pole, ducking up and down, has been firing back into their location before he was either taken down and or arrested as well. So we're getting a bit of a clearer picture of what was happening there. And you can see by the vision too, it's hard, there seems to be two people there, and whether or not that other gunman had got up to that point by now, we don't know. But it's what New South Wales Police are trying to work out, was there a third? They're not exaggerating that, but they're certainly leaving it as an open question at this stage. Sam Payne, I want to bring you in now. You've been down at the scene and you've been speaking to witnesses, but one of the things we learned from the press conference in New South Wales was the existence of a vehicle known to one of the gunmen, and it was alleged to have contained explosive devices of some kind. What's happening with that police search?
Yeah, that is true, Michael. And police, they're not telling us where in this exclusion zone that car is, but it's in there, and police have just told me that they are still dealing with that situation. What has it been? Almost 4 hours. And if you can see, although members of the public have gone home at this point in time, 10:47 at night, it is swarming with police. We've seen riot squad, heavily armed officers just moments ago walking, holding assault rifles, going car to car with flashlights, checking inside each car to see if there's anything in there. Because as you said, at this point in time too, they're not ruling out a third. They don't know the full extent of this situation because it's still so fresh. So it is still a very much ongoing operation, and that's what we gauged. We've spoken to many people tonight. Cassius, Finn, Abdullah, all these individuals that were just walking past like that hero you mentioned before and saw this tragedy unfold, and now it's still ongoing, and it will be for some time. I will no doubtedly come back to you, Michael, if they do give us an update on this vehicle.
Yeah, we'd like that, Sam. Thank you very much for keeping us informed there, because that's a pivotal part of the investigation right now. This vehicle meant to have contained explosive devices of some kind, IEDs described by New South Wales Police. Thank you. Hey, look, I mentioned before, I was updating you all about the hero, Ahmed Al-Ahmed. Our reporter, Brianna Jackson's gone and interviewed some of his family members, and let me confirm this. I'm told that we do have an interview that we can use now. Let's have a listen to the hero's relatives talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach.
Still, he's in the hospital and we don't know exactly what's going inside, but they said the doctor, he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed, because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100% he's a hero, because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him, but they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Well, there you go, some first-hand accounts. So that man was called Mustafa. He's the cousin of the man in the white shirt there who tackled one of the gunmen and then turned his own weapon on him to keep him on the ground for a brief few seconds and forced him to scamper off. This man has saved lives. Let's not make any mistake about this. He disarmed one of the gunmen, as you can see there, who was firing in another direction. Look at him. He's come up behind him, grabbed him round the neck, used all of his weight as best as possible, tried to get him to the ground, but he's taken his weapon off him and turned it back on the gunman. Now, the hero, confirmed by Mustafa, is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43-year-old, married father of 2. He owns a fruit shop in Sutherland, in Sydney Shire. No experience with guns, his cousin told us, was just walking past. And as a result, he's copped 2 bullets in the arm from one of the other gunmen who was perched up at a high position on one of the concrete bridges down there at the beach. Mustafa's saying he'll think he'll be okay. He's having surgery in the next 2 hours. There's poor Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who's paid the price for his heroism, but no doubt saved many other lives. A fruit shop owner walking by who's just done the right thing. and disarmed one of these absolutely evil gunmen, and no doubt saved other lives in the process as well, but has paid the price with 2 bullets in one of his arms or his shoulder. Let's leave that moment there. I want to go to the other unfolding part of this story, which is in Sydney's West, in Bondi Beach, where there have been raids and a lot of police activity. Paul Caddock, you're now on the scene. What can you tell us?
Well, Michael, as the focus shifts to the investigation, it shifts from Bondi Beach to here at Brown Road in Bonnyrigg, where over the last couple of hours at least there's been a significant police presence. We are currently about 500 metres back from an address of interest that it is understood to be connected to one of the men involved in what happened today. And as you can see behind me, this roadblock, they've been moving people back gradually over the last couple of hours or so. There's about 10 officers manning this roadblock. There are at least 2 others. Within that cordon, within this quite big cordon now, cutting off this property, we've counted at least a couple of dozen members of the Public Order and Riot Squad. At one point they were seen fully kitted out in riot shields, with in helmets, and also with a battering ram, crossing over to the side of the road that property was on. There are a number of other officers there. We've just seen a command vehicle go through. It is fair to say that police are getting ready for a long night here, and the fact that they've made such a wide cordon for this in this neighbourhood shows just the care they're taking and just how seriously they're taking it with the response here. We even had the police helicopter overhead for about 20 minutes while they've been doing what they've been doing in there. Now, the question is what they are looking for, what they may have found. That is obviously, we're just at the beginning of that. Now, for people here in the neighbourhood, they saw the police started to swarm. They also say that, again, as we've mentioned throughout the evening, there's been mention of particular individuals and areas on social media that also brought people here. Some people, though, are arriving back to their neighbourhood after a day out, after a night out, finding it completely sealed off. Some people have been escorted back to their homes by police. People are being told to stay inside while police go about their work. It is quite a surreal situation here. Again, now a massive section of this road has been cut off. It's a major connecting road through the suburb of Bonnyrigg. We're just down from the corner of Elizabeth Drive, which is a major regional road for this part of Sydney. And in the same street you can see Christmas lights twinkling. This is almost a surreal situation that now this is such a target of the police investigation just getting underway tonight, Michael.
Paul, thank you for that. Important to update, because those developments happened there very, very quickly. We were going to go to one of the hospitals, but I'm being told right now we have some fresh information about the vehicle meant to have been containing or meant to contain the IEDs or the explosives down at Bondi Beach. Our reporter Sam Payne's just putting a note through, and I'm hearing in my ear that the vehicle is contained or is known, so that gives some reassurance about the scene down at Bondi Beach. Is Sam available now to talk to you? Let me just check on that. Sam, let's bring you in now before we go to Andrew Denny at the hospital. What have you got?
Yeah, Michael, that's right. Well, I've just spoken to a police contact right here on the ground, and they've just told me that the IED, or IEDs, plural, not confirming, have been contained, and they're currently being moved away from the scene, which means they're being transported out, have been taken out of that vehicle, and this scene, it was active, it is now officially a crime scene, no longer an active situation. As I repeat, those IEDs that have kept this beach closed for up to 4 hours have just been removed. They're being transported away right now safely, and this is now a crime scene. Michael?
Yeah, that's a great development, thank you, because that was going to cause a lot of anxiety into the evening if that vehicle hadn't been located. And I'd imagine Sam and Serena Andaloro, our reporter at the other end of the beach there, was telling us the same scenario, that there was a lot of searching of other vehicles. Have you witnessed that? So they were trying to make sure that there weren't other vehicles connected to the gunman. Does that all seem to be clear now?
Yes. Well, we witnessed just before the riot squad, the heavily armed officers with assault rifles going car to car.
Scene is no longer...
Checking every single vehicle. And now they believe that job is done as well. Obviously, it is still a crime scene. It will remain taped off for quite some time. Yep. But as we said, no longer an active situation.
All right, Sam, thank you very much for that. A good update, a reassuring update that there's no further threat down there at this stage. Andrew Denny, let me bring you in now, because one of the points of concern throughout the evening has been a child who was taken to the Children's Hospital. Not a lot of detail from police at this stage, but among the 29 injured, what do you have for us?
Yeah, that's right. We were told of that child. Sadly, as you say, there hasn't been a lot of detail come forward as that. We hope that is good news. We know that 29 people were transported to various hospitals across Sydney. I'm standing here outside the Prince of Wales Hospital, where a lot of those people have been taken to, not just by paramedics, but also they've been presenting themselves with more minor injuries. I've spoken to a number of people who've now left after being treated for those shotgun pellet wounds. They are both parents. One was a mother who was sheltering her child, a 3-year-old daughter underneath her, when she was grazed in the head with one of those pellets. A father who I have just spoken to only minutes ago, he has left. He was a father of 3. He was attending that Hanukkah by the Sea festival. He suffered injuries to his back. Doctors telling him he was lucky that there was pellets and not a rifle, otherwise he wouldn't be here to tell his story. We will get that video sent into the newsroom as soon as we come up there and bring you that interview. Really terrifying stuff that he's been through.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for that, and that's some incredible new detail there, and also heartbreaking detail as well about the sort of injuries that people have experienced down there. Interesting that they're describing to Andrew pellets being shotgun pellets, which would fit with the description of the rifles being long arms, firing off single shots at a time. New South Wales Police reluctant, rightly at this stage, to not detail too much about their weapons at this stage. There was quite a bit to digest actually from both of those press conferences, wasn't there? From the New South Wales Premier, the Police Commissioner, but also ASIO, AFP Chief and the Prime Minister. So it might be wise to bring in our political correspondent Tim Lesser now, who was standing by in Canberra having a good listen to it all. Tim, what did you take out all of that?
Well, a number of features about the Prime Minister's press conference tonight, Michael. One, we know he'd been in a meeting of the National Security Committee of Cabinet. This is 9 senior ministers inside Cabinet who formed this committee to discuss critical security issues, clearly scrambled together as news started to come out of Bondi tonight. We also know, of course, that ASIO and AFP would have been in there as well because they followed the Prime Minister into his subsequent press conference. The PM trying to stay as much above the politics that might arise from this and more signal the need for calm in Australia, a night that tears at our nation's soul, he called it, but was also questioned on the emerging questions, perhaps particularly from Israel tonight. Even Israel's President Isaac Herzog has talked about the terrorist threat and the anti-Semitism, wave of anti-Semitism, he says, in Australia that's plaguing our society. So deep criticism of the Australian government from that quarter. The PM stayed out of that. And a couple of quick notes from ASIO in particular, Mike Burgess, the Director General there, telling us that the terror threat level is not being raised yet. Also telling us that one of those accused of this terrible crime, one of the 2 that they know of, had been known to ASIO prior to this, but was not seen as an immediate threat. We can expect to hear a lot more about that in the weeks and months ahead, no doubt.
Tim, you're 100% right about that. It's an interesting question, isn't it? What does known mean? And I think any of our viewers would be questioning that right now because we often in our reporting say known to police. But, you know, what does that mean? Is that prior convictions? Is it prior threats, even though there wasn't an existing threat today? We'll learn more about it. Just on the back of what Tim was saying, I might bring in Hugh Whitfield, who was at the desk as well. These are some of the bigger questions, which will be answered in days to come. It's not necessarily for tonight, I guess, Hugh, is it? But there are still some points that, I guess, pique our interest about what the various, particularly policing authorities have said, from ASIO, from our most senior intelligence source to the Australian Federal Police to the New South Wales Police and all of their skill set. What piqued your interest in what they were saying in this very early stages of the investigation tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a few key things. Firstly, what has played out at Bondi and what has taken place today. Where were these men this morning? Where did they wake up? How did they get themselves to Bondi? How long did it take? How long were they in Bondi this afternoon before they opened fire? Those IEDs that Sam's been speaking about, taken away by the bomb disposal unit from the New South Wales Police, they'll be forensically examined to try and work out what is in them? What is the explosive nature of them? Were they able to cause harm to people? Could they have exploded at any point, or were they safe nonetheless? What recipes were used to make it? Who made the bombs? Is there a bomb maker somewhere aside from these two men that we know about?
Well, what was planned? What was the second part of the planned attack then? If they had an arsenal of explosives in a nearby waiting vehicle, what was the next step here? And that is a horrific thought to contemplate right now, had they not been stopped.
Absolutely. So were those bombs going to be placed around? We don't know. But there was a clear, I guess, plan to carry out maximum carnage on the beach, on that park there at Bondi Beach this afternoon. From a broader terror perspective, those terror investigators are going to be looking at the characters of these two people, these two known suspects, one of them, of course, dead, one of them in hospital. They'll be trying to work out who else may be involved, and that may form part of that investigation that's going on at Bonnie Rig tonight, where Paul Kadak is. They'll be looking at who may, in the community, have influenced them, what ideology may exist. Now, because this is a terror attack, there is an ideology behind what they have carried out. They have wanted to carry out terror for a reason, and they need to look at that as to a motive.
Well, what must be terrorising ASIO, in fact all levels of policing tonight, Hugh, is this a rogue unit? Are they connected? Are there others out there supporting them? That's what they'll be drilling into very quickly tonight.
So what we've seen in the past with global terror is two distinct camps. Locally arranged and influenced attacks, like what happened in Paris, where you had a cell operating that was able to organise and carry out an attack on a huge scale locally. Then you have what have been termed in the past lone wolf attacks. Now, in this case, it would be two lone wolves potentially who have been...
Well, and potentially third. Question mark over a third.
Potentially a third. Who have been influenced by overseas people to flood their brains with hate and then carry out an attack locally. And whether or not there are people overseas, which is what ASIO, why Mike Burgess is there in Canberra tonight, assisting the AFP and the New South Wales Police, who overseas knew that this may have been going to happen?
Look, and the measure in all of them, which we should underscore as well, because it's important for everyone watching this now, the appeal for calm was genuine and real. This is not a time for retribution. It is not a time for revenge. This is not a time for anyone in the community right now to be trying to take it into their own hands.
Yeah, I think what we saw from that video, particularly of that hero down at Archer Park, is...
Ahmed El Ahmed, we know him as the fruit shop owner from Sutherland.
What a man. What a man, because he has saved lives tonight. And when we watch that, I can't help not think of what the Premier said tonight, which was, we can't let these evil people divide us up. They want Australians at each other's throat, and we won't let that happen. And what we are seeing in that video is an example of that. We won't be at each other's throats because of what has happened tonight.
No, and we certainly heard the Prime Minister, Hugh, rightly suggest that this should be a unifying moment as well, because yes, using his quote, this is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians, but this is an attack on every Australian. This is an attack on our way of life, and that needs to be taken at its utmost seriousness.
And Bondi is the very embodiment of that. Yeah. When people overseas think of Australia, they think of Bondi. And for people in Sydney, going to Bondi is really normal. It's a really natural and normal thing to do. But, you know, people will be very concerned tonight about what's gone down there.
I'm only saying this now because we've watched it a few times, Hugh, but there is a, and with your international experience, you can expand on this, there is a paramilitary style to these gunmen in the black shirts they're wearing. They seem to all be using identical weapons, backpacks on, another one seemed to be carrying a pack on their front as well.
Well, Michael, they haven't turned up with board shorts and Birkenstocks or thongs on, right? They don't look like they're going for a day at the beach. They look like they have turned up to cause terror. Black shirts, long guns, whether it's a rifle or a shotgun, we'll find out in the days to come. A car loaded with IEDs, explosive devices, clearly intent to cause carnage. They look like they are terrorists, and tonight they have been confirmed as being, at the very least, alleged terrorists under that investigation.
Indeed, Hugh, thank you. Stay with me, please. I want to go back to Chris Reason now, because he's been on the move down at Bondi Beach and has been there from the very, very beginning. Chris, let's bring you in. Let's see you too, if we can. You were right on a spot a minute ago, or a few minutes ago, by having a look right on to the investigation. You've moved around. Looked like the weather had turned a bit down there as well. But we did hear from Sam just a minute ago one point of some calm and ease. Thankfully that the vehicle with the IEDs had been identified and taken away. I'm guessing you can confirm that, but what else are you witnessing down there?
Yeah, look, it's still a major scene of major crime investigation area from this blue tape down south towards the footbridge where this incident took place, Michael. The police have now moved us back out of the area we were in. We were allowed to go into that very close proximity to that forward command post with the police staging area where the police had set up their command area, and right just metres away from the crime scene itself as they were going through inch by inch across that area, looking at every single bullet casing, gunshot that had been left behind, all of the area, combing that forensically and ballistically to see and piece together exactly what had happened this afternoon, and to put all of that together, because it will go, of course, before the coroner. There is talk that the New South Wales coroner, Teresa O'Sullivan, will come down here this evening to examine, walk through this crime scene herself and get a sense of what has happened, because before her now is one of the biggest investigations in New South Wales police history, one that will capture the attention of not only the country but of course the world, given this is now dragging international attention from every quarter down here to Bondi right now. This place will be locked off for at least the next couple of days. Campbell Parade, one of the busiest roads in Bondi. The police have, as I say, have pushed us back to this point now. Several hundred police have congregated on the scene this afternoon. We saw at one point around that rally point that they were interviewing everybody they could at the scene. Ambulance officers, first responders, the members of the public that had gone in to do what they could to address this situation. I'm talking about the heroes. I'm talking about those that were trying to help and give some sort of medical assistance to those who were on the ground at the time. All of those witness statements being taken in the hours immediately after this incident will be compiled, of course, into a comprehensive report. One, Mal Lanyon, the police commissioner, referred to earlier as being absolutely no stone left unturned as they investigate what took place this afternoon.
Chris, you might not have seen it. You might not have seen it because you were talking to me quite rightly, but just behind you, I'm pretty sure we saw one of the specialist bomb vehicles leaving. It was a Land Cruiser with a trailer on it with one of those very large devices, which I'm confident in saying is one of the bomb detection vehicles as well. So it gives you an idea of the equipment being used down there.
And good news, it was driving away, Michael. So they're confident now this area is secure, potentially on that front at least. I think you're right, there was some sort of bomb detection device that they were taking away from Campbell Parade now. We saw earlier police were working their way up and down this road with flashlights, torches, looking inside every car parked along here. And just on the other side of that footbridge and just underneath it is a massive car park where hundreds of cars often parked today and on weekends. The place is absolutely packed. One local told me estimates of some 20,000 people might have been here at one point. Extremely warm day here in Sydney today, and Bondi was doing what it always does, attracting thousands of people down to this precinct. Michael, just talking to one witness who saw this entire event unfold. A man, in fact, in the apartment where I was standing earlier broadcasting to you from, said when he heard the gunshots ring out at about 6:40, he had some experience overseas. He recognised that were potentially gunshots. He moved outside his apartment, and as he was coming outside, people were running into his complex and congregating in the communal laundry area. He said to them, "Were that gunshots?" They said yes, and they described what had happened. He went forward and had a look, and he described for me just a terrifying scene. He could see clearly. He was this close to the bridge. He could could see clearly what was happening on that bridge, and he could see the police officers, uniformed beat cops effectively, running towards that area, crouching down behind the row of cars that, if Morgan just zooms in there, you can see over my right-hand shoulder. And they were working their way up car by car by car, trying to get closer to the footbridge. It's too dark for you to see it now, but earlier we could see it when it was light. And they were working. One was a female, one was a male officer, and my colleague contacted, I know from down there, was watching them move closer and closer to that area. Now, as we've seen, Hero residents actually took that first action to bring them down. Those two cops and others were quickly on top of the scene. Now, my friend describes to me quite a frenzied scene at that point, when the gunman's gun had been removed from him, and then the locals started to take over, and he describes scenes of them actually taking their own justice out, if you like, on that gunman at the time. Police had to push the residents back to prevent them taking out their own action, their own retribution on him. The emotion, he said, was absolutely volatile. It was electric in the air, so much fury and anger. Moments before, it had been fear, and it switched, he said. As soon as that gun was down and the people were on top of that gunman, it was absolute fury, he said. He stood there watching as the police were trying to hold these people back. That's what happened this afternoon as the police did their job and took those gunmen away.
Chris, just help me too. I think you interviewed, am I right in saying, a chaplain earlier as well. You've interviewed some extraordinary people down there. I was particularly taken with your interview with Kelly Sloan, the New South Wales opposition leader as well. But I know you've got some more interviews to show us.
Yeah, look, we spoke, Michael, you're referring there to the extraordinary interview just moments after it had all happened with a chaplain, Vladimir Kotya. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that properly. He was there on the scene when everything was happening. His son, David, was with him. He said he threw himself onto his son to protect him. He described absolutely harrowing scene, and if I can remind you, he had bloodstains on his uniform. He's going to tell it far better than I will. Let's take a listen if we can. I think you've got some of that interview queued up and ready to go. And what did you see today? Can you talk me through it?
Murder. I saw murder.
How quickly did you get on the scene?
I was already there.
There's blood on your shirt, mate.
I was helping people out.
And what are you telling me about the casualties on the ground here in Bondi?
I can't tell you. There's a lot. I was lying on top of my son.
Your son?
My son, 8-year-old son. I fell on top of him, and then another injured guy fell on top of me.
This was a Jewish festival of celebration, the Festival of Light.
Bringing the light into darkness. What darkness came to us today, to whole Australia, to Bondi Beach, to Sydney.
Those chilling words, Michael. I mean, he has seen something he will never forget. His actions as well, as so many locals were here today, simply heroic as he jumped in and did what he could, obviously to protect his son, but to look after those around him as well. Michael, just before I throw back to you though, I've just had a police contact let me know that picture we saw before when the crime scene tape dropped and that vehicle went across the line was indeed a bomb IED containment trailer deliberately towed there by an unmarked vehicle. Unfortunately, there's cameras everywhere. It wasn't going to be unnoticed tonight, but it was, to confirm your earlier suspicions, a bomb detection device.
It shows you they're throwing every resource at it, which they've had to. Chris, thank you. Extraordinary interviews down there this evening as well. And, as the chaplain described to you too, protecting children is one of the stories we're learning a lot more about this evening. The many, many people who've grabbed children or taken children under bridges or tried to protect them. And so many of them have witnessed such evil and horror tonight that will stay with them for so long. I'm thinking also tonight of even the broader Jewish community around Australia tonight, not directly involved in this, but obviously completely involved in their emotions and their support of what has happened here. There must be so many heavy hearts in your lounge rooms, in your homes this evening, and we are obviously all thinking of you. Paul Caddock, let's bring you back in now. You've been at the scene in Bonnie Rig where there have been sweeping raids of a property, maybe some other properties in that area in connection to all of this. An update?
Well, Michael, yes, certainly a significant focus for police here tonight. We are probably about 400, 500 metres now pushed back from that particular property. Police taking no chances, keeping as much space around them while they do their work. And the amount of resources here has been building still a number of hours since the police arrived, but those resources still increase. We've just had an ambulance vehicle, a police rescue vehicle, police command unit vehicle, which shows they are here for the night. And just overhead now we have the police helicopter keeping an eye on things from above. Earlier we saw what looked like a couple of dozen public order and riot squad officers in full riot kit approaching the property. Now what they've found police aren't yet revealing, but clearly it is a major focus of this in what is now an investigation here in Bonnie Rig. So we are still waiting to see what they've actually found there, but clearly police are taking it very seriously, keeping people as far back as possible. Those locals who are within the cordon have been told to stay home, stay inside, as police now do their investigative work.
It's a tough situation out here, man. It really is a scene to be witnessed. This is incredible what's going on.
I think we're just looking for updates, seeing if there's any more casualties or, what's happened to the shooters.
Some of the Bonnie Rig locals here that we've been speaking to, interestingly enough, it was seeing on social media reports about one of the alleged gunmen that drew a lot of people here because it was very close to home. So what some of the locals are telling us here tonight.
Yeah, OK, Paul, thank you for that. You would imagine too that may not be the only scene that we see across Sydney, perhaps even interstate this evening, as police widen their search for who may be connected to the two identified gunmen, potentially a third. Police haven't confirmed that yet. They're still working on that late into the evening and well into the early hours of the morning. I want to just play again the interview with Mustafa that we got from St George Hospital. Now, he's the cousin of Ahmed El Ahmed, the now identified hero, the gentleman in the white shirt, there he is, who leapt into action and took down one of the gunmen. Didn't muck around, grabbing him around the neck, and then with his left hand just wrestled that long arm weapon out of his hand. His cousin tells us he had no experience in firearms at all, but did the best he could just to keep it aimed at the other gunman in the white trousers there. But as a consequence, he was shot by another gunman who was high on a concrete bridge down there just off Campbell Parade, who saw that his accomplice had been tackled and then turned his sights onto Ahmed El Ahmed there, who was shot twice, we understand, in his arm and or shoulder. His cousin is Mustafa. He spoke to us earlier. Let's listen to him.
Still, he's in the hospital and we don't know exactly what's going inside, but they said the doctor, he's okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed, because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100% he's a hero, because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him, but they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Yeah, well, his family are going to be waiting a while to see him. But Mustafa, you're spot on, 100%. Ahmed El Ahmed is a hero, the fruit shop owner from Sutherland in Sydney, who was just passing, hid behind the car, stepped in and did what he needed to do to stop other people being killed this evening. He disarmed one of those gunmen and did an absolutely heroic act. So it's lovely to hear that first-hand account. We'll be very relieved when we hear that Ahmed is out of surgery well and recovering as well, and he will have a story to tell. There's no doubt about that. Hugh Whitfield at the desk. Let's just bring you in again as well. These hero stories, and we believe there may be others as well. We saw the vision also on the bridge from a different angle, where another of the gunmen appears to have been tackled from behind at one point, whilst one of the the beat cops, one of those great policemen down there, had his or her firearm trained at them as well. But the hero stories are emerging.
Yeah, and while people were trying to take down those gunmen, there were people trying to treat the many injured people on the ground and try to save those people who have been tragically killed by this incident. So we had about 1,000 people in Archer Park there for Hanukkah by the Sea, that big Jewish community Hanukkah event for the first night of the Jewish Festival of Light as it got underway there. One of many events that were taking place for Sydney's Jewish community and across Australia for night one. They had a Christmas party taking place at North Bondi Surf Club rather. You had plenty of people inside North Bondi RSL, plenty of people inside Bondi Pavilion and the Surf Club there, and they all leapt in, or many of them leaping into action as well. They are coming home tonight bloodied as well, because they have been trying to help those dozens of people who've been injured, at least 11 innocent people who have been killed by this incident. So that means, you know, taking off their shirt and wrapping it around arms that have been hit by bullets, trying to render assistance like CPR
Here's all the
on
surf
the
club,
ground.
the surf club guys now who kicked into action.
So a huge community effort to step in and save lives while others were trying to take down these gunmen. It is extraordinary. The other thing to point out too, Michael, as well, a lot of this vision, this is obviously filmed by a news cameraman, but there are plenty of people who had phones out to record these events, as we've been showing as part of the coverage, and police are keen to see as much of that vision as they can, and they've put a call out. You can provide that anonymously via Crime Stoppers, nsw.crimestoppers.com.au, and vision like this will help police piece together the events second by second, including when these men turned up to Bondi this afternoon. They'll be relying on the security camera network around Campbell Parade and Bondi Beach, but they want your vision as well.
And they'll be using their extensive camera network around the city of Sydney to also track, you know, when these men set out, where they gathered, how they met, and when they began their absolutely murderous rampage down there at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, and we know that there's cameras at pretty much every major intersection across Sydney. The motorways are monitored constantly. Number plate recognition is used by police forces right around the world to track vehicles. So they will be working backwards, and then, of course, that's where the investigation takes them to where this all started and who else may or may not be involved.
Look, and you and I both know how quickly the news cycle moves very swiftly these days, Hugh. I'm sure by morning, at sunrise, will obviously have special coverage very early as well, that we'll know a fair bit about the background of these murderers today. They will have left fingerprints everywhere. Their ideology will be known. There will be work colleagues or family members that will give it up on them and tell them, I'm sure, because, you know, these evil people like to boast about what they do and their views and believe that they are right in what they're doing, and they like attention for it too. So I would imagine in the morning there'll be some strong profiling of exactly who we're dealing with here. Yeah,
it's going to be a really busy night and a really busy days, weeks, months ahead for investigators. Chris Reason has been speaking tonight about the fact that the coroner is going to be down there. We've seen play out over the last couple of months in Sydney the coroner hearing as part of the inquest into the Bondi Junction rampage. Different circumstances, but the coroner will be able to carry out their own investigation separate to the police. There'll be police briefs formed and they'll be delivered to the coroner. And what we will see probably in years to come is a broad snapshot of what has taken place and what can be done in the future to prevent something like this.
This will be crucial vision too. We've mentioned it a few times, but the man in the T-shirt, the black T-shirt there, who put his arms up in the air a few times, acting quite erratically, and then we saw some of the other people, just bystanders who came up from behind him, kicked him, punched him to help the one or two police officers, a third arriving right there in that shot, to get him to the ground. This man appears different to the other two gunmen that we saw in the vision that we've replayed. The gunman who had his gun taken from him, the gunman who was wrestled, his colleague who was up on one of these bridges that we've used a still shot of before. This one seems to be a different identity, so this is obviously going to play into the investigation about who this person was.
Yeah, and
as well.
I think, you know, it's important to point out that when these sort of situations are happening, it can be very chaotic, it can be very confusing. And general duties police officers who may have been nearby get a call over the radio, or they hear something that's happened, they get people yelling at them saying over there, over there, over there, and they turn up and they have to very quickly determine who's the bad guy and who's the good guy.
Filtering through the chaos is so difficult.
So hard.
But they've done an incredible job, as best we know so far, and it seems very evident that everybody has kicked into action to prevent more deaths down there at Bondi Beach this afternoon by acting very, very quickly. Hugh, stand by. I just want to go back to Sam Payne, who was telling us that, thankfully, one of the things that we can sign off tonight, late into the evening, is that at least there is no further threat of the explosives in that vehicle. The crime scene is real, but obviously not active in the sense that there seems to be no imminent threats from anyone else or any other I guess, car, vehicle, bomb, anything else down there at this stage. Does that seem to be true, that it's clear in that sense?
That's right, Michael, and hopefully that can be reassuring for everyone here in Bondi this evening that, as we said, that those IEDs or IED, that hasn't been confirmed yet by police, but we do know that whatever it is has been taken away from this scene. And behind us, lights are still flashing. There's about 7 or 8 police cars just here. We've seen police hugging before, but they're walking up and down. Obviously, it has turned into a crime scene. I mean, detectives are on scene trying to piece together, obviously looking at all those videos that you've been referring to, but piece together the movements and how this has all occurred. And they'll be here, 11:25 right now. Doesn't look like that they'll be moving anytime soon. Some residents can't go back to their properties yet because this crime scene is majority of Bondi Beach.
Yeah.
But it's warranted, especially considering the situation. So at this point in time, it will be taped off until further notice. Michael?
All right, Sam, thank you. Every little bit of evidence down there will make a difference. Casings, pellets from whatever guns, bullets they were using, gun casings they were using, it'll all be collected. Andrew Denny, let's go back to you. You've been outside the Children's Hospital all evening. There have been victims leaving there as well. I know you've spoken to one of them.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. It's now on 5 hours since people became targets down there at Bondi Beach. Many of them have been transported here to the Prince of Wales hospitals or brought themselves after they realised that they had injuries. I want to take you to an interview now with a man by the name of Dobby. He was at that festival, the Hanukkah by the Sea Festival, with his family. He is a father of 3, and when he realised that those gunshots were ringing out, he went to shelter his family. This is what he had to tell us just a few minutes ago as he left hospital.
It was very scary. There was a person standing next to me that was actually injured a lot worse than me. And then I just grabbed my kids and just ran down to the beach and hid behind the wall. My wife and 2 other children actually ran a different direction and were hiding somewhere else. It was a very stressful, hour. None of us had our phones on us, so until we all managed to, put it all back together, and then I was in the Surf Lifesavers Club and I came back down looking for them, and there's, bodies all over the floor. Like, it was not something that you would ever in a million years believe that this is Bondi Beach. So I got a graze in the back, a bit of shrapnel in there, so I just came to the hospital. They dug that all out and bandaged it up for me, but I'm one of the lucky ones. But it was just a terrible event for everybody.
Yeah, one of the lucky ones indeed. He showed us some of those injuries to his back. He told us doctors said to him that they were shotgun pellets, and that the only reason he was alive is that they were pellets and not a bullet from a high-powered rifle. Unfortunately, though, he knows that not everyone is going home tonight.
Quite extraordinary, Andrew. And this is the first victim that I've seen interviewed so far. I mean, he's got a very calm demeanour from what he's witnessed, but he obviously did his best to help people around him as well.
Yeah, he really does, and that was actually what was so astounding about what he'd been through, but the fact that he wanted to come out and he wanted to speak. He wanted to make it known that these were innocent families going about their business this afternoon who were targeted by, as we know now, terrorists. He also wanted to sing the praises of people in the surf club who came to the aid of families, who just jumped into action and really helped to treat the wounded and try to do what they could, people who were thrown into this situation.
Yeah. Andrew, I guess it's quite symbolic of him coming out and speaking so strongly as well, because what he's saying is what we're hearing from our leaders, that the Jewish community will not bow to this. They will not be oppressed. They, we as a society and a community, because we've all been affected by this evening, will not bend to an act of terrorism. So him confidently talking to you speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It really does, and sadly, the story is that he says his community has been through this sort of thing before, and they've risen from it. He said, astoundingly, that what happened there tonight didn't surprise him because he thought that there'd been growing sentiment leading to this over the past few years.
Yeah, sadly, very, very sadly, that is the case. All right, Andrew, good interview. I mean, it's fascinating to hear from someone directly involved in it all. And thankfully, in his case, Dovy's his first name, he's got some shrapnel. It's been cleaned up, attended to by the many, many medical teams working overtime tonight. There's some vision of it there. Cleaned up, the shrapnel removed from the grazed in the back, but quite severely. But proud to show us that he's a survivor and he's standing strong with his community as well. So, Andrew, thank you for that interview. Paul Caddick in Bondi Rig, let's go back to you. There's been some pretty heavy movement there.
Michael, a significant escalation of police activity here in Bondi Rig in just the last 5 minutes. We've watched as two police Bearcats, these are the heavily armed, heavily shielded vehicles, have gone through the roadblock here up towards this property of interest that police have now been at for a number of hours. Now, these Bearcats and the police on board, these are the police that they look more like military than police. These are the units that come in when it's a siege situation, a hostage situation, certainly a dangerous situation. We've also had the police helicopter come in a bit lower while they've just driven in. So no precise idea as to what they might be responding to, whether there is an active threat they're responding to or it's part of some extreme caution that police are taking as they investigate this address of interest here in Bondi Rig.
That's interesting, Paul, because that's certainly not out of an abundance of caution. That suggests there's further activity to happen there and there may well be a greater threat they've got to deal with.
Well, that's right, and in the last half an hour we've seen more support vehicles arrive. That just hasn't stopped really. We've also seen some ambulance support vehicle as well as police command vehicles saying that the police would be making quite the encampment around that address here in Bondi Rig. But in terms of activity, that is certainly an escalation, seeing these two Bearcats with all of the heavily shielded officers on board driving very quickly through the roadblock here up towards that address. And we'll see if we get some indication as to what they may be dealing with.
Yeah, all right, Paul, thank you very much for that. Let's bring back in Chris Reason, our chief reporter, who's been down at Bondi Beach from the very beginning. Chris, a final word from you just before we wrap our coverage. It's obviously going to go throughout the evening and very early in the morning as well, but our coverage for now, just, sometimes these events, and we've been unfortunate enough, I guess, in our careers to stand in some awful places and witness some terrible things happening. But this, on any scale, international scale, is just a purely horrific day with a massacre like this and such targeted evil against a celebrating community on what should be one of their greatest and most enlightening days of the year, the first night of Hanukkah, of all things. A truly tragic day, and that's putting it mildly, Chris.
It is, Michael, tragic for that community, for our community, and as the Premier and Prime Minister have both repeated tonight, the standing community to community, shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish people down here at Bondi and across the country as well this evening. Michael, the investigations here are going to go on for weeks and weeks, months possibly, as they try to work out exactly what motivation was behind this attack, what caused it, as you have been reporting tonight, who else was behind it, who else was involved. This was a coordinated, planned, organised attack. When two people are involved like this, when they bring down that sort of heavy firepower and have munitions and explosives in their car, this was organised terrorism. The police have been extremely quick to call this. Remember going back to the Link Cafe incident back in 2014, 11 years ago, and the anniversary of that, as you've said tonight, is tomorrow. It took them some time to declare a terrorist incident, and in fact, the coroner's inquest to actually confirm that it was. Tonight, the Commissioner of the New South Wales Police has called it as terrorism. No mucking around here. That releases all sorts of powers for his investigation and what he will do in the coming weeks and months. But it also is an extraordinary reminder and a difficult one for all of us tonight about what is happening in our country. And I know we can't jump to conclusions here. We have no idea, let's make this clear, what the motivations were, but a lot of people here going back to October 7, 2023, and the incidents in Israel and Gaza as potentially being behind this. We don't know that yet. We're going to have to wait and find out. But at the end of the day, this is going to rattle this community, particularly down here in Bondi and across our city of Sydney. There'll be a lot of calls for answers from the police tonight, Michael. We'll want them quickly. What was this about? Why did it happen? What did the police know? Should action have been taken earlier? And I think we have a right to those answers very quickly. We've had 2 press conferences this evening from the highest levels of government, the Premier and the Prime Minister, but the country, the community will be wanting a lot more information in coming days about what exactly has taken place here this evening.
And I bet it comes fast too, Chris. I think the identities of the gunmen involved, their motives, their ideology, I'm pretty sure will happen pretty fast. It seems, by the way, police have acted extremely swiftly tonight, particularly the raid in Western Sydney and Bondi Beach would suggest they might know who they're dealing with and who they're connected to. So let's hope that all becomes apparent. We do hope that there is calm, though, broadly. I just can't help but emphasise again our thoughts and feelings with what must be the very heavy-hearted Jewish community right across Australia tonight. This goes well beyond Sydney. At such a special time of the year, Hanukkah too, the Festival of Light, such a significant festival for the Jewish community and in many, many Jewish homes across Australia, and I'm sure around the world tonight too. There is deep sadness and grief about what has happened here this evening. Chris Reason, we appreciate you. We thank all of our reporters as well. But Hugh, let me just bring you back in. You've covered many of these events around the world. We hate to think it's happened here, but it certainly happened here on a scale that is horrific, that will affect all Jewish people around the world. But this is, as the Prime Minister suggested tonight, not just an attack, a targeted attack on the Jewish community. It is an attack on Australia. It is an attack on our way of life, particularly underscored by the fact that, you know, it's down there at Bondi Beach on a sunny afternoon with thousands of other people around as well.
And it points to what terrorism is. It is designed specifically by these hate-filled people to inflict as much fear and terror into a community as possible. What we're going to see happen over the next couple of days is the fallout from what has transpired at Bondi itself, the attack on the Jewish community, which it clearly is, the broader fallout across the Bondi Beach, eastern suburbs, Sydney community as a whole, and Australians. This is going to be a pretty difficult summer. It's Hanukkah tonight, it's Christmas in 11 days, there are kids on school holidays, going to beaches, going to pools, playing cricket in the backyard or at ovals around the country. We've got big cricket tests coming up, big major events where public safety and community safety will be paramount and really important, and all now under review. Events like New Year's Eve in Sydney, the third test in Adelaide, the Boxing Day test, the Sydney test to come, Australia Day on January 26. Authorities in every single Australian state are going to have to review everything right now because, yes, they say the terror threat level hasn't changed, but things have changed on the ground in Australia tonight.
Where innocent people gathered to celebrate and do everything Australian, you know, broadly Australian over the next few weeks, security will be lifted because of the threat of evil, as we've seen tonight. Because where innocent people are, other people see an opportunity to create absolute havoc. Hugh, thank you. We do have some developments, though. Let's just go straight back to Paul Caddick at Bondi Rig. A lot of movement there.
Yes, Michael, you're seeing our live shot, which we're just going to stay on. This is 100 metres or so from our position, looking at a police vehicle. In just the last couple of minutes, we've seen police with a man in custody, a man in handcuffs put into that vehicle. We've also seen police escort at least 2 women. Hard to tell if they were handcuffed or just being escorted, but certainly our cameras have seen a man handcuffed, taken into police custody, and 2 women also escorted by police. Obviously, it was just a few minutes ago that heavily armed police in Bearcats went through that roadblock up the street to a property that has been the police focus here in Bonnyrigg for the last couple of hours as their investigation gets underway. So this happening as we speak, as police seem to have been taking at least 1 man in custody in handcuffs, 2 other women also being escorted away by officers.
Well, Paul, thank you for that. I mean, we suggested earlier, didn't we, that there'd be continuing developments, and that is the case. Police acting very, very quickly. Paul, thank you for that, and to all of our reporters as well. A quick recap, though, of everything we know this evening before we leave our rolling coverage on this terror attack at Bondi Beach. 12 people have been killed in the mass shooting which hit Hanukkah celebrations by the sea. One of 2 gunmen is among the dead. Police say they have a profile of him. They're not revealing the details just yet. That's appropriate. 29 people have been injured. Now, that figure includes 2 police officers, the second shooter, and a child. Now, those victims are being treated in hospitals right across Sydney with varying degrees of injuries. An improvised explosive device was found in a gunman's car on Campbell Parade. It has been removed and safely taken away by the bomb squad. That's a good thing. Officers have launched raids across the city, as we just saw them in Bonnyrigg. The police Bearcat moved in just a few moments ago. Someone's in custody, and this extraordinary hero, a man we believe to be called Ahmed, who tackled one of the gunmen, saved lives by doing that, and turned the gunman's own weapon against him to stop him killing more. We understand Ahmed is a fruit shop owner from the Sutherland Shire. We're going to learn a lot more about him. He's in surgery tonight. He was shot twice just after this. One of the other gunmen saw what was happening and turned his weapon on him. Ahmed, you're an absolute hero. Now, the Prime Minister's held a meeting of the National Security Committee. Anthony Albanese called it a targeted attack against the Jewish community and a dark moment for the nation. Now, from our sunrise, we'll start from the special time of 5 tomorrow morning. There'll be coverage from 7 News right throughout the day. I appreciate you staying with us this evening, and hopefully we helped you guide through what has just been a truly horrific day down at Bondi Beach. Not only for the Jewish community, but for all of Australia. So take care tonight, and if you're feeling a heavy heart tonight, it's absolutely understandable. So hug some loved ones and have a talk about it, and we'll help guide you through the details tomorrow as well as we learn them. I'm Michael Usher. Thanks so much for your company, and good evening.
The 7 News app will give you the news you want. Download now.